Dear conference participants and visitors, it's a great pleasure for me to welcome you all to the second day of the conference Localizing the Sustainable Development Goals through Baltic Museums and Libraries. My name is Kristīne and I will be one of today's moderators. I do not like telling about myself too much, but still short introduction is needed. I am a Chief Specialist at the Library Development Center in the National Library of Latvia. And since 2018, I have been working on promoting SDGs and understanding of the role of libraries in achieving sustainable development goals. I am also one of organizers of series of seminars, Libraries and Sustainable Development. We are building this world ourselves. During those seminars, I summarized experiences of Latvian libraries regarding to SDGs. This year is a year of challenges and great opportunities for me, because this year I became also a member of EBLIDA ELSIA, I still do not remember full name of the group, European Libraries and Sustainable Development, Implementation and Assessment Expert Group, and also a member of IFLA ENSULIB Environment, Sustainability and Libraries Section Standing Committee. From all that, you can understand that topic of sustainable development is very close to me. And I'm very, very happy to be a part of conference organizers and today's moderator. And now we will start with a small summary on the first day of the conference. Yesterday we had a great day, both listening presentations and exchanging experiences in the workshops. We explored what localizing the SDGs actually means, and how it can help both regionally and by sector. Panelists reported on progress with the global goals in Europe and in Baltic states, from a general overview to the specifics of museums and libraries. We also heard Lithuanian, we also heard how museums and libraries from Estonia, Latvia and Lithuania are acting as localizers of SDGs. We discussed the different dimensions of sustainable development and the options for museums and libraries to engage with them by using SDG targets. But how do we know that our efforts have reached significant results? How do we let our stakeholders and audience know? Those questions often arise in professional discussions on SDGs. And today we will find out about a number of tools, frameworks and models that can help museums and libraries to plan, monitor and evaluate and communicate their work with SDGs. Before I give the floor to the first today's speaker, a brief look on today's agenda. So, in the first half of the day, tools that will be useful in the specific context of museums or libraries, and those useful for various heritage institutions will be presented. The presentations will be followed by practical workshops, where we will be able to learn more about one of the tools or frameworks you have chosen. And in the end of the second day, we will see a panel discussion in which representatives of Baltic museums, libraries and governments will discuss how these sectors can cooperate in support of SDGs better. I think you all are inspired to start. I definitely am. And the first presentation that we will hear today comes from the International Federation of Library Associations and Institutions. IFLA is a global voice of libraries and for libraries. IFLA has been updating the role of libraries in achieving sustainable development goals since 2015. And it has been done through international advocacy program, various publications and events, and SDG stories section within the library map of the world. And one of the directions in IFLA strategy is also about demonstrating the strength of libraries in achieving the SDGs, including the development of tools that demonstrate the contribution of libraries to all dimensions of sustainable development. I'm honored and very happy to give a floor to our first keynote speaker, IFLA President Barbara Lison. Barbara will give us an insight into how libraries work as advocates for sustainable development goals. Welcome, Barbara.
Dear colleagues, I'm so happy that I have the possibility to talk to you for your conference. I really appreciate that the museums and the libraries in the Baltic states are working together on the Sustainable Development Goals, because this is a big thing for the whole world and of course for the libraries and the museums as well. I would like to tell you how IFLA is supporting these Sustainable Development Goals and how libraries can achieve the goals together, of course, with other institutions like museums. So I would like now to share my screen with you and give you a short presentation. So, IFLA is the global voice of libraries and also the global voice for libraries. IFLA, the International Federation of Library Associations and Institutions, is the leading international body representing the interests of library and information services and their users. This is very important. We are not for ourselves existing, we exist for the service to our users. IFLA has a headquarter in The Hague in the Netherlands and several regional offices, as you can see, and several language centers. 7 languages are the languages for IFLA. Unfortunately, no Baltic language is included, but I know that the English language is so well known in the Baltic states. This is the IFLA leadership. Me, the president from 21 to 23, our Greek president-elect, and also our Secretary General, Gerald Leitner from Austria. The 3 pillars of IFLA's new approach towards the library and information profession have been developed in the last 3 or 4 years. There was the global vision process. Then we have the IFLA strategy, which is valid from 19 to 24. And in 21, this year, there was a new statutes for the governance of IFLA, which should make IFLA even more effective and more efficient in its work. Let's have a look at the IFLA strategy from 2019 to 2024. The strategy has 4 fields: connect, inspire, engage, and enable. And these strategies should be strengthen the global voice of libraries, inspire and enhance the professional practice, connect and empower the field, and optimize the organization, because only a strong IFLA can be also a good support for the libraries of the world. Let's have a look at strategic direction number 2, because this is mainly connected to our work with the Sustainable Development Goals: inspire and enhance professional practice. So this means we inspire the profession through future thinking and by encouraging new and promising approaches. We drive the development of libraries through standards, guidelines, and best practice. And that means that we have communicate and distributing key resources and materials to inspire the profession. Look, this is one of the ways how we do it. We're doing webinars, and you see already in 2019 we did a webinar on the Sustainable Development Goals for our colleagues in the world, and which means we deliver high quality campaigns, campaigning for libraries and the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals through libraries. That was the action which we wanted to take. Let's have a look how everything started. Already in 2014, IFLA has developed the Lyon Declaration on Access to Information and Development. And this Lyon Declaration was the document which we brought in to the United Nations discussion about the development. And one thing that's very important, that was the issue of information, because to achieve the goals of the SDGs, we need information, and the libraries are the information providers in the world. So, see, these are the Sustainable Development Goals. I'm sure you have seen them already several times. 17. And where is the libraries in these goals? And IFLA developed a program, the International Advocacy Program for the libraries, to support the libraries, to help them to show how they achieve and how they can achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. So in the extensive negotiation with the UN, we were able to bring in our values: ensure access to information, safeguarding the cultural heritage, enhance general literacy, and enhance the access to information and communication technology. Why did we do this? You know that the libraries, and that is our values, shall empower people to exercise their civil, political, economic, and social and cultural rights, empower people to learn and apply new skills, empower people to make decisions, informed decisions, empower people to develop community-based solutions, and to ensure accountability, transparency, and good governance for these people. So now look, goal number 16 is promote peaceful and inclusive societies for sustainable development, provide access to justice for all, and build effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions at all levels. One of these institutions are the libraries. And the sub-goal to 16, ensure public access to information. Public access to information, that's us, that's the libraries, and of course the museums, and protect fundamental freedoms in accordance with national and international agreements. So here the libraries comes in, and of course the museums as well. How can we find out whether this is happening? And you see, there is indicators. Every goal in these SDGs has an indicator to assess whether the goal is being reached or not. And the indicator is existence and implementation of a national law or a constitutional guarantee on the right to information. That's very important, and that is us. So IFLA takes action, and one of the first things was to produce a brochure on the importance of the Sustainable Development Goals and how the libraries could act in these achievements. So it is important to have a look, even this brochure is some years old, to have a look at these brochures, and they are in English and in other languages, and you see the link to these brochures. Here you can see some examples from the brochure. Goal number 4 is ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. I mean, these are buzzwords for libraries and museums, of course. And in this brochure, you find different countries and how these different countries, like here, Netherlands, Sweden, and Singapore, how these different countries already are trying to achieve these goals for the quality education and lifelong learning goal. There's other goals which are important for libraries as well. Goal number 5, achieve gender equality and empower all women and girls. This is one thing which the libraries and the museums surely also are really intending to do this. And we have here, you see examples from Uganda and Nepal. Goals 6 and 7 might be regarded far away from the libraries, but still you need information to achieve these goals. This is the management of water and sanitation. This is the sustainable and modern energy for all. And of course, information is necessary to reach these goals. We have here examples from Honduras and the United Kingdom. And of course, that is clear, the cultural heritage, to sustain cultural heritage. IFLA developed a toolkit for the libraries where libraries can find out how they could start the projects, how they could work with it, and how they could promote to their funders, to the politicians in their countries or in their cities, to show them that they are an important actor in this whole scene and in the Sustainable Development Goals development. And you see, this is the new IFLA website. We launched the new IFLA website recently. Take actions. Here there are still the Sustainable Development Goals. You can see the circle of the 17 goals, which is a nice circle. And I like to introduce this circle to you, and perhaps you could use this circle when you promote your activities. And take action, that is so important. And of course, IFLA is working all the time on this. Recently, just a week ago, there was the Sustainable Development on Culture. That was a conference in Izmir in Turkey, and our Secretary General presented how the libraries and how IFLA are supporting the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals through culture. Look, this is a map where you can see where in which countries the libraries are included in the governmental and national programs. And you can see there is a lot of, even especially in Latin America and North America, not as much as Europe, and it should be, of course, introduced to the politicians and on the national level that libraries are important actors for the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. One thing which I want to show you is the library map of the world by IFLA. And in the library map of the world, you find a section which is called SDG stories, the stories about Sustainable Development Goals and the libraries who are working on them. There are 29 countries already included. All the dark green ones are included. And they show how they give examples, how they are achieving and how they are working on the achievement of the goals. And you see, there is a lot of countries already have 29. We have 47 stories. Unfortunately, there is no Baltic states in these SDG stories represented yet. And I really hope that you will work on this and you will bring in one of your stories. I'm sure you have a lot of stories to bring in. Just as an example, you know, I'm German. I give you my library. My library is there in the SDG stories because we have a project to provide future training opportunities for refugees and other newcomers. This is how the SDG stories then looks like when you put in your story. So have a good time and be inspired, engaged, enabled, and connected. And I think you are doing a good work and enhance the work for the Sustainable Development Goals. Thank you very much for your attention. We are IFLA, that's our slogan, and we all have to work on these achievements and the Sustainable Development Goals. I wish you a great conference and have a good time and hope to see you in person soon. Bye-bye.
Thank you for this great speech and presentation, Barbara. I really value all the things IFLA has done during those years. And by the way, some of materials and brochures Barbara mentioned in her presentation are translated and available in Latvian also. And we will have the opportunity to meet Barbara again in Q&A session and ask her our questions. Not only IFLA, but also other organizations in the field have focused on the concept of sustainable development, raising awareness and providing support and assistance to libraries and other memory institutions in working towards sustainable development goals. Over the last 2 years, EBLIDA has done a great job. Various publications, resources, and tools have been developed and are available on the EBLIDA's website. Today, we welcome Director of EBLIDA, Giuseppe Vitiello, and today he will tell us about how libraries and museums can benefit from European structural and investment funds to meet SDGs. Welcome, Giuseppe.
Good morning. Thank you very much for this invitation. I'm Giuseppe Vitiello, Director of EBLIDA, and EBLIDA stands for European Bureau of Library Information and Documentation Associations. I'm very pleased to be here at this conference because this is a unique opportunity for libraries and museums to act and work together, and in particular on an issue, Sustainable Development Goals, which is of extreme importance, and also because, in EBLIDA's opinion, it will represent the new framework for cultural institutions, including, of course, museums and libraries. I'm also very honored to speak right after Barbara Lison, who is the IFLA president. Barbara has been vice president of EBLIDA for a long time, and therefore she's a friend of EBLIDA's. EBLIDA is an organization which covers 30 countries, and we are a non-governmental organization. We have some 120 members, and definitely our flagship program, as I'm going to say afterwards, is focused on Sustainable Development Goals. So now I have some slides to show you. So I'm doing work. Okay, now you can see slides. You can see the slides. Sorry. Okay, the theme of my presentation will be the presentation then of the European of the flagship, the EBLIDA flagship program, which is Think the Unthinkable. Think the Unthinkable is a very vague title, but if you look at the subtitle, it is very precise and explicit. It is about a post-COVID-19 European library agenda, which should meet Sustainable Development Goals and can be funded through the European Structural and Investment Funds 2021-2027. It all started with a report which we published in May 2020, and I'm pleased to inform you that we are releasing an update in October 2021. So follow the Twitter. This will be announced very soon. So a report which described the situation of libraries during the COVID crisis. I'm not getting into the detail of the report, which is full of graphs and full of information, but I can just summarize the message of the report with two words. That libraries, yes, libraries in between March and May essentially were in lockdown, or most of them, but there was at the same time a fast and impetuous development of two typologies of libraries. On the one hand, the digital library, which boomed everywhere, and in particular public libraries, because academic libraries have been have been digital for many, many years, but but public libraries are quite new at that. And on the other hand, the impetuous development of what I would call the social inclusive library. You know that the concept of social inclusive library often coincides with the concept of a library as third place. And we think that third place is a place where people come to the library. But in this case, there was an extroverted library. There was a library that was going beyond its walls in order to reach communities. So it is a quite interesting concept of third place. And especially this concept is very much in line with the Sustainable Development Goals. EBLIDA fell in love with the Sustainable Development Goals, with the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, only 2 years ago. But I must say, we are so much in love with it that it has become now the main priority for EBLIDA. We have created an SDG European house where a community of members provides services, training, and reporting tools. And I would like to thank, and I would like to mention our last publication, which is European Structural Investment Funds, a guide for library applicants, And why am I saying that? Because this guide is essentially the object of the workshop, which is taking place this afternoon. So if you are interested in knowing how to get access to these funds, I think you are the ideal attendant for this workshop. And I have to say a few words why EBLIDA selected the European Structural Investment Funds. When you speak of Europe, European funding, you are thinking of Erasmus Plus, Horizon, you know, all these kind of creative Europe, but all these kind of programs which are for cultural institutions. But we focused on European structural funds for several reasons. First, it's because the R&D, the research and development requirement in ESIF project, in structural funds project, is not essential. So there is room for small as well as for big libraries, for small as well as big museums. Then these programs are not administered at European level, so there is no need to set up complex networks with partnerships. So, I mean, these programs are administered at national level, and very often the telephone call you have to make is with your neighboring institution. Then the fourth reason is that libraries, in particular public libraries, are strongly connected with local communities, and so are structural funds. I mean, structural funds are for regional, for city, urban development. So there is a similarity of objectives between public libraries and, of course, also local museums and structural funds. And then last but not least, structural funds accounts for 1/3 of the whole European Union budget. This is enormous if you think so, if you imagine. Also in relation to what represents funding coming from Erasmus Plus or Horizon. So structural funds is really a big opportunity if you want your library become to be more developed, then it is structural funds to develop. Then structural funds may be really the opportunity you should not jeopardize. I would like to thank now the EBLIDA community, which is, of course, it is represented by EBLIDA members, the EBLIDA Executive Committee, which is our board, the group of experts of the ELSIA group of experts. ELSIA stands for European Libraries Sustainable Development Implementation and Assessment. And also, I would like to thank the TTU organizers. Who are the TTU organizers? Well, Think the Unthinkable organizers are those people who, within each country, are promoting EBLIDA activities. And in particular, these activities, these promoters, let's say, they are very, very strong in 7 European countries. I will come back to that. And for what we offer as EBLIDA is a consultancy service reserved to our members. Vertically, we transfer competence from the EBLIDA Secretariat to the sustainable development goals and structural funds. But horizontally, we also encourage the exchange of best practices, and we have workshops in France, Netherlands, Latvia, Greece, Bulgaria, Italy, Spain. Just to give you an idea, between today and mid-October, there will be at least 10 workshops which are being organized only in Italy and the Netherlands, which will prepare, which are training librarians in filing applications with the structural funds. And of course, we also encourage, once the project is approved, the internationalization of national projects, so that a project which is local is visible at European level, and there is a return in terms of local visibility with your local administrators. We expect that early 2022, there will be between 70 and 100 applications to be filed with the structural funds. And we are pretty sure that at least half of them will be for the development of digital libraries. And we expect, of course, that by 2024 or even earlier, once the project will be completed, then there will be substantial funding to European libraries. And then again, a second call for tender, and then we'll see what will happen. So if you are interested in the program is open. We are ready. So you write to EBLIDA, you write to me, and you will be part of the program. And of course, museums are also welcome. I will be giving a very short overview of the tools we have prepared. On our website, you will find the EBLIDA matrix. And I mean, if you're on your smartphone, on the Google box, you write EBLIDA matrix. This page will be displayed, where for each of the goals, you will get a selection of EU programs. There are several sections. A selection of EU programs, library policies covering each SDG, funding opportunities for libraries. And as I say, I mean, these funding opportunities are the structural funds, essentially for EBLIDA at least. Then the main Eurostat SDG indicators, and also a reflection about library indicators and how they can match SDG indicators. It is a rather complicated question, but at least we have started the reflection. Also, I mean, on the EBLIDA website, you can find the SDG-oriented policies in several countries in Europe, not the 30 countries, but at least there are some 12 or even more countries that have already set up a policy. And now I come back to the main object of the presentation, which is the guide for library applicants, library applicant for the European Structural Investment Funds, because it is, as I said, the object of the workshop this afternoon. It is, of course, a guide that will provide you general information about structural funds, the difference between regional development funds and the European social funds, what is a smart specialization strategy, how to translate library activities into SDGs, and why it is so important for libraries to be part of the SDG roadmaps at national level. But the most important chapter is how to make use of ESI funds, and in 8 steps. Some of the steps are self-explanatory. I mean, that you have to consult EBLIDA tools available within the Sustainable Development House. And also you have to consult the tools that have been made available by national implementers, because there are already very interesting websites, often created by library associations in each country. Of course, you have to keep in mind the objectives of the EU work program. There are also interesting tools like this one, and you will find the link. Here, this is a European Union tool where there are the smart specialization strategies. I mean, the strategy of local strategy of development for each region of Europe. And I mean, if you click on your region, you will find how your region will develop in the 5 years to come. There are other informations, but the most important aspect, and this is actually the aim of the exercise this afternoon, is how to create what I would call a TTU table, I think the unthinkable table, for each library project. You will find that there are columns, and a library project or a library activity is associated with an SDG, and both SDG and library activities are associated to specific objectives of the European structural funds. This is a sort of preliminary requirement that every library applicant or every museum applicant has to undertake in order to present projects to the European structural funds. And with this table, which directly liaises with the workshop in the afternoon, I would like to thank you for your attention. So if you are interested in having your library more developed and richer, thanks to the structural funds, I would be happy to welcome you this afternoon in the workshop. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Giuseppe, for your insight on EBLIDA's activities and today's workshop. I believe that many participants at the moment would be happy to have chosen Giuseppe's workshop. And I also find it very inspiring and convincing message, not only for libraries, but for all memory institutions to dare and to achieve their goals using the fundings from the European Structural and Investment Funds. Thank you. If the first two speakers today were more library professionals and experts, then Henry McGhie is more known, or I can say, guru in museum world regarding sustainable development. And that is really great that we have an opportunity to meet Henry on both days of the conference. Today, Henry will explain what does it mean mainstreaming the sustainable development goals in galleries, museums, archives, and museums, why it is important and how to do it. Please, Henry.
Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to talk with you today. So what I'm going to talk about is a new piece of work I've been working on for the last year or so, which is something that I call mainstreaming the Sustainable Development Goals. And originally, I was going to only apply this to museums. The more I've thought about it, the more I realised that actually they have a lot more in common than we perhaps often think they do. So I've written this guide called Mainstreaming the Sustainable Development Goals in galleries, libraries, archives, and museums, and I've set it out as a kind of results framework for planning and action. So, of course, we've been talking a lot about Agenda 2030 and the Sustainable Development Goals. And one of the challenges with this kind of work is that transforming our world is a vision and basically a document. The Sustainable Development Goals are 17 pictures. We need to find the ways to turn these things into action. And so I mentioned before that the way I work is I write these guides to try to help people to make a start, to connect their work with sustainable development agendas, the SDGs, disaster risk reduction, and museums and human rights. And you can get these for free from these links. And there's another one. The first one was on biodiversity conservation. But increasingly, what we have to do is not to show if museums and libraries and so on, if they relate to these agendas. What we need to do is to find the tools to make a better difference, to move farther and faster together. And so the challenge, this is the challenge that I think that I often hear, is that people are often unclear on how to use the goals and targets practically. They often don't have a clear idea of what challenge they're trying to address, where or when. That means they don't have a clear picture of success. Without a clear picture of success, it's going to be pretty difficult to know when we arrive there or how we're getting on. And so the problem there is that museums, libraries, and archives and galleries, they might only just be being a bit less unsustainable, although that phrase doesn't quite work, because you're either sustainable or you're not. So we can't just kind of creep forward from where we are. We need to have a clear picture of success, understand what the measurements are and so on, to make sure that we're not only heading in the right direction, but we'll know when we get there. And so, as I mentioned, I've been writing this thing called mainstreaming the SDGs. And whether we think of mainstreaming or localizing it, the word actually doesn't matter. The most important thing is that we're trying to do something. But I think mainstreaming is a little bit different to localizing. Mainstreaming means empowering staff to use the SDGs. It means empowering visitors and other users of galleries, libraries, archives, and museums to take part in sustainable development. I've mentioned before that that's actually a human right. People have the right to, it's called the right to development. People have the right to participate in cultural life, and they also have the right to participate in current affairs. So mainstreaming can help galleries, libraries, archives, and museums to direct their existing and new actions towards the goals to sustainable development. It can help you to focus on real results, meaningful results. Mainstreaming means being more accountable. So monitoring, evaluating, and communicating your activity, both the successes and the challenges. And that helps to build transparency, which of course helps to build trust. Mainstreaming means working effectively with others. That's why one of the reasons I expanded it from just museums to be galleries, libraries, archives, and museums. And mainstreaming also means strengthening the connections, not only within an organization, but between sectors. So strengthening the connections to make sure that the activity of one worker is not just balancing the activity of another. That doesn't work. That doesn't actually create any public value. And so this will be the new guide, which isn't quite ready yet, called Mainstreaming the Sustainable Development Goals. It's the fifth in this series of publications that I do. And it has a slightly similar cover to the SDGs guide, the second one that I did. But what we've worked on with the designers to make it a bit more dynamic. It's to show that we're trying to get this stuff everywhere, into everyone's work, into everyone's heads, into everyone's plans, and into the things that we produce as a result of our work. And so in Museums and the Sustainable Development Goals, the second of these guides, as I mentioned previously, I identified 7 kind of main opportunities for museums in this case, museums and galleries in the cultural sector, to really think about how they can contribute to sustainable development. And you could think of this a bit like if there was a television and it had 7 channels, these would be the channels. These are how we try to make the difference. These are our opportunities. And in that guide, I lined these 7 activities up with the Sustainable Development Goal targets. And it came, so even just those 7 activities can contribute really quite concretely to 1/3 of all of the 169 targets, which is quite amazing, really. And so the next guide is really an expansion on this. It's how do we do this stuff better? How do we make a better difference? And so the way that it works is that it expands on the key activities from the first guide, looks at the relevant SDG targets, and then it gives you a series of statements. And they set out a statement about your commitment to that goal, an end date, the relevant information to understand and measure, a statement about the delivery and development and delivery of plans to meet that target. And then the idea of this is that these statements, the commitment, end date, the information, and about your plans, you can ask yourself, is my organization committed to this? Does our work, can we answer yes? Yes, we're okay. We're on board. We're moving on well with these activities. And if not, what do you need to do to get there? And the statements are to try to help you to do that. And so if we can take an example always helps. So the 3rd of the 7 activities in the SDGs guide is about enabling cultural participation for everyone. And that relates very concretely to a particular SDG target from Goal 10. Goal 10 is about reducing inequalities within and between countries. And Target 10.2 is about promote universal social, economic, and political inclusion. We can take the social inclusion to mean participation in cultural life. And so I've just framed this as some questions, and I encourage you to think about this just now. If you are concerned about this target, then ask yourself, are you committed to this? What does success look like? When do you aim to achieve that success? And how will you know that you're getting there? Are you developing or delivering plans that help meet your goal? How are you delivering them? And how are you evaluating and communicating activity? So this is to try to get really very specific with how you're meeting that overall aim, enable cultural participation for all, through activity that supports this particular SDG target. And so mainstreaming the SDGs will be published in November when the UK hosts COP26, the UN Climate Change Conference. So watch this space, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Henry. I truly appreciate your hard work, and I am very excited about the new publication. Dear conference participants, we have heard 3 great presentations, and we still have a lot of interesting presentations, workshops, and discussions ahead. But now we offer a small break for your well-being. You can make some exercises, have a tea or coffee, and see you again at 11. Welcome back. I hope that the break was helpful and you are ready to continue with interesting presentations and learning new tools from our great speakers. Introducing the next speaker, I can say that the Baltic states are very close to her, because although she represents IFLA today, she comes from Latvia. Kristīne Pabērza-Ramiresa is Member Engagement Officer at the International Federation of Library Associations and Institutions. One of her main tasks in this role is to work on the Library Map of the World project. Before joining IFLA, Kristīne worked in Latvia, where she managed several cultural heritage digitization and access projects. And also, from 2014 to 2016, Kristīne was president of the Library Association of Latvia. Sveika and hello, Kristīne. It is so nice to see you again. So tell me, what will you share with us today?
Sveiki. Good morning. Thank you so much, Kristīne, for this introduction, and thanks for inviting to speak in this great conference. I've been following the whole day yesterday, and it really is very inspiring for me. So today I was invited to talk, to share a little bit more about my experience at IFLA, where I'm in charge of the library map of the world. And today I will be speaking mainly about our work in SDGs and specifically in SDGs storytelling. So let me share my screen and a minute, it's not shared. Another try, better one maybe. Yes, so this is now on the screen. So I will be talking, as I said, about the SDG storytelling, and will tell you a little bit more about the approach that we took for the library map of the world, which is telling stories through demonstrating the contributions through evidence. And I want to start my presentation. Actually, I added this slide after yesterday's keynote, and I want to bring it back. But Henry McGhie shared in his presentation is a quote from Eleanor Roosevelt from 1958, where she started with the question, where after all do universal rights begin, and answered, in small places close to home, so close and so small that they cannot be seen on any maps of the world. And actually, thank you, Henry, for this quote yesterday, because it made me realize that this is exactly that we are trying to achieve at the library map of the world just 60 years later after this quote. So on the map, we are trying to put really stories about people's lives, stories about communities. And while we have stories about big library projects influencing tens of thousands of people, we also have very small projects on the map, the smallest one coming from South Africa, which is a project for just 8 people, 8 farmers, a cooperative who confessed at the end of the project that thanks to the training and support that they received in the library, they were able to double their crops. Which is actually a target under the SDG number 2. So today, what I'm going to tell you is then why we did what we did for SDG storytelling at IFLA, what and how we did it, and so what at the end, at this point in time. And let me begin then is explaining some of the contexts and some of the whys. So at IFLA, we believe that every librarian is an advocate. And Barbara already mentioned in her keynote the International Advocacy Program. That is one of the programs at IFLA that created a wide network of library advocates around the world who started to advocate alongside IFLA for the role of libraries in sustainable development. And one of the things that we did in this program, the practical thing, as IFLA was advocating at the United Nations, we needed real examples of what libraries are doing. So we did a survey to collect such examples, and we received enormous response, around 300 examples of different library projects and activities and services that people contribute to the SDGs. But these were all good examples. They didn't talk so much about how and how this is contributing. So we understood that first there is a big willingness and to share those stories, and we thought that we need to think about some sort of the platform where these stories can be shared. So that was the idea that sparked to have a place on the library map for such stories. So at the same time, IFLA was also in the process of global vision that brought many insights about the challenges and opportunities that the library field has. And one of them was that we are all committed to our communities, regardless of how we define the community. We are committed to diversity, to inclusion, committed to provide non-commercial spaces in our institutions, and I think that also applies to museums. But one of the things, and also Henry mentioned in his previous presentation, one of the challenges that we have is that sometimes we don't know very well what the problem is that we want to tackle with our services. So we need to understand our community needs better, and design services for impact and have that measurable impact defined. So since from the beginning we know what we want to achieve, so it will be also easier to then measure that impact. Another finding from the global vision that came out in 2018, and I think it still is valid, is that well, to have that impact, we need resources, right? And so that we can make difference in people's lives. But to have those resources, we need to make sure that our stakeholders understand the value and impact. And if they do understand, then the resources will come and that cycle will just work. So that formed all of that context back in 2018, which led us to have this idea of having some sort of the resource that would help librarians and library advocates to tell better stories, to make stronger cases for the work that we are doing. So we developed this storytelling manual called Libraries and the Sustainable Development Goals, and we saw that it really needs to be a very practical tool helping us to understand the context, but also we intended to provide some sort of the framework on how to go about it. So the manual has the 4 chapters. So we started with the first what story to tell, and this is one of the chapters that explains how to actually put library programs in the context of different SDGs. It has examples of library programs, services, activities from around the world for each of the 17 SDGs. So the main chapter in this manual is then how to tell your story, and I'll tell a little bit more about it in just a minute. But I also want to mention that the other 2 are also important chapters and interesting to look at. One is where we talk about how to tell your story visually, because for the library map of the world, these are the stories in digital environment, and sometimes one image can tell 1,000 words, and it's a great addition to the story. but also it gives a lot of tips on how to go about images and how to edit them. And the first thing is not to forget to take images during the implementation of our initiatives. And lastly, last but not least, is how to deal with copyright and permissions. And IFLA wants to open its content widely, and that's why we want to have images and contents which are licensed accordingly, so that we can reuse these contents, not only us but also people who look at the library map, and it also covers some issues about the permissions of people being in photos which are then published on internet and such. So the manual is what we think is short, is 30 pages long, but we realized at some point that even those 30 pages sometimes might be too long if we want to learn things fast and quickly, as we do these days. That's why we brought the main thing, the main framework, into a one-pager, an infographic, or what we call the SDG storytelling flowchart, which might help to understand better if we cover all the main parts that we are looking for stories in the library map of the world. The first part of the flowchart is about like understanding if the story fits for the library map of the world, and even if it doesn't fit, so IFLA provides other platforms and opportunities to highlight the experiences in the countries. But so the essentially for us and the framework that we want to that we provide with this manual is that we believe that every story must answer 3 questions. And the first is to talk a little bit about why, to explain the context so that our readers can picture themselves in the situation and understand what is the problem in community or in the country that the library project is trying to address, and how library is helping, right? So the second is to talk a little bit about and to explain when and how things were done. And this is the place to also include information about any partnerships and things like that. And then the last thing, and the most important and the most challenging thing for us as librarians, is still to describe the impact, because this is the part where we don't talk about our institutions, but we want to talk about our people, about the change. So what difference did we make for people, and we want to back it all up with some data and some testimonials. And this is the place where we again want to link it back to the problem, to the development goals, and things like that. So, and I remember someone mentioned yesterday, or it was in the discussion, that in the SDGs, the data framework is developed for governments so that they can report on the achievements and report on the progress on achieving the SDGs. And because we see that the library map of the world, SDG stories, is something that can help to demonstrate that value that libraries are bringing to achieving the SDGs. So we believe that each of those three questions need to be backed up with some sort of evidence. So the other thing is that we want to use what we call the target vocabulary. So we really are looking into the target and indicator level and trying to tell this story by using the vocabulary that our stakeholders are all familiar with within the Sustainable Development Framework. So what? So that is the framework that we are using. Today we are at 47 stories, and as you see, so most of the projects can be related to multiple SDGs, and there are more stories for SDG number 4, for example, and less stories for SDG number 7, for example. But we are very happy that last year we achieved what IFLA was saying all the time, that libraries are contributing across the board to all of the SDGs, and there are different initiatives that we do, and we were happy that we could put a story up for SDGs 14 and 15, which are the oceans, the lands, the forests, and things like that. And another thing I want to mention is that we have also created a YouTube playlist with 1 minute long videos about those stories, and encourage you to look at it. But so what at the end? So at the library map, we haven't done yet a formal evaluation, what outcomes are there from those stories being published. But the impact that we are making is, we know from the anecdotal evidence that we receive from those contributors who have those stories. Like, for example, in India, there was a mobile library program implemented in one of the communities, and we just heard from the contributor that they were able to get additional funding just because the story was highlighted on the map, and they were able to attract the decision makers' attention, or that someone learned more about the impact and what does it mean just because they were working on the story. So this is also good for us to know that we are making that impact not only for our users, but also for those who work hard to get the story on the map. So every story is a learning experience, not only for us at IFLA, not only for the Library Map of the World team, as we learn about many different programs and projects around the world, but it is a learning experience for everyone who is writing a story. So it takes time, and sometimes we receive story submissions which are not having, like, for example, impact measured or don't have any evidence. So, and that's when we also provide help and learn together how to go about it. So even I want to encourage here also our Baltic colleagues from libraries to submit a story for the map, even if you think that you don't have hard impact evidence or any outcomes measured, so we can work together to get it done. So that was basically what I told you right now. I tried to apply our own framework to this presentation. So I told you about why we created the framework and the manual and the resources. So how we did it, and some of the indication of so what for our contributors. This is, I say, thank you so much, and I look forward to any questions later in the Q&A session. Thank you.
Kristīne. The ability to tell effective stories is a very important skill, I think, and which is also confirmed with a huge number of participants in your workshop today. And I just wanted to mention that both materials Kristīne mentioned in her presentation, Guide for Storytelling Manual and Flowchart, is also translated and available in Latvian. And I invite all librarians in Latvia read them down and use them in creating really effective stories. And I also hope that after this conference there will be at least one story, SDG story for Library Map of the World after this conference. So we will see. And see you again in Q&A session. Thank you, Kristīne. Another tool we will hear about today is Wheel Chart of Sustainability, and it will be presented by Leena Marsio. Leena works as a senior advisor at the Finnish Heritage Agency. She has been coordinating the UNESCO Convention of the Safeguarding of intangible cultural heritage in Finland since 2014. She has also been the national coordinator for the European Heritage Label since 2018. She worked for 10 years as freelancer, researcher, and producer in a number of arts and cultural organizations at governmental level, in NGOs, and for companies. Her fields of interest include culture and heritage, sustainability, cultural diversity, and participatory approaches. Let's learn more about wheel chart of sustainability.
Hello everyone and greetings from Finland. My name is Leena Marsio from the Finnish Heritage Agency.
And I'm Antti, Huntus, Senior Advisor from the Arts Promotion Center Finland.
Welcome on board to our magnificent workshop on Wheel Chart of Sustainability, a tool for development. Now in the coming next 10 minutes, I and Antti will lead you through the workshop till tell you a bit about the background of the wheel chart and then tell you how it works. And then in 15 minutes, we're gonna make a bit modified version on the virtual platform. First, a bit about the background, why and how. I mean, I think both me and Antti, we were thinking in our own work within our organizations that what can we do more in terms of sustainability? What else is it than flashy lines in our strategy? How could we do more in our work in terms of culture and in terms of heritage? How could we make it more concrete to the actors that we are both working with? And how could we even change thinking on sustainabilities that could lead to concrete actions? So, and what we did, we created a tool, the wheel chart of sustainability. And we have been organizing workshops. For example, the World Saving Clinic, where we had people from, what was it, Antti, over 10 countries in Europe?
Yes, approximately, yes.
And we've been having virtual workshops, even now during the pandemic. And we have found that tools are useful. In order to people to understand what sustainability is and what it is, especially in terms of their own work, we need more than just information. We need to process this related to one's own work and behavior. And I think now for the past 3 years or something, we have been actively working with sustainable development. And for example, we have a wonderful project on sustainable agencies, where both our offices under the government are active. And then we also have just started an international project on sustainability and living heritage. It is about empowerment. We can all do something and we can all do better.
Yeah, and if you think about sustainability, we were thinking that maybe the best way to approach is the fine lenses between sustainable and these activities and living heritage is to make good questions. So basically the compass is about good questions. And we wanted to approach the sustainability through 4 dimensions, which you can see here also: the social sustainability, cultural sustainability, economic sustainability, and environmental sustainability. And these questions we wanted to make such like open questions that will lead you thinking about how and what should I do more to make this activity or living heritage phenomenon more sustainable. Not questions like the answer is going to be yes or no, so short ones, but more open-minded and more, how would you, Leena, describe these questions? They make you think, they make you develop the phenomenon. And so the outcome was this compass, which actually became quite a success. We presented it in UNESCO, and Leena was also presenting this with NEMO. And if you see the next slide, it's now available in 17 different languages. So people wanted to make versions of their own. This is created with a Creative Commons license, so it's basically available to apply it as you like it. So that's why we have now also a spin-off. You see here a children's own wheel chart. There's a kind of a spin-off from this compass. So the basic idea of compasses is not our own, but this form that we make good questions, open questions. This is maybe something we want to share with all of you.
Yes, and we have made this wheel chart in terms of the work of the UNESCO 2003 Convention on Safeguarding of Intangible Cultural Heritage, but you may very well apply to all kind of culture, arts, heritage work. And as today we are in the presence of museum professionals, it's a great tool also to be used in museums. But now let's get to the actual work. Was it I explaining a bit what's going to happen next, or what's going to happen when you use the wheel chart?
Yeah,
so you either maybe got it from the NEMO conference already, or you may even print it out from the website if you want to use this version. Then you go and you choose a living heritage phenomenon or an activity that interests you. It might, for example, be the work that my museum does with communities, for example. You look at the topics on the edge of the outer sleeve. So it can be one of the 8 topics that we will show you in a second. With your pair, we recommend that people do this in groups of 1 or 2 or 2 or 3 or 4 people. You choose an interesting topic and explore the questions. We recommend that you be open-minded and avoid obvious answers. We ask you to explore as many topics as you like or you have time, and then what are the new thoughts that you could put into practice? And also, we recommend that you create your own questions. It's about the questions. And we also ask you to tell us what they are then in the workshops. But now we will do a how many minute demo for you? So
let's make a 4 minutes demo.
4-minute demo.
Yeah.
And in this demonstration, I will be wearing the hat of a museum director of the Museum of Wilderness. So my museum is all about the forest and wilderness. And I would like to especially discuss today, Antti, with you about mushroom picking, because it is a timely topic and we all love it. And it's something I think quite many of the participants can relate to.
Yeah, this is a lovely subject. Also because it's autumn time and we have so many mushrooms now here in Finland. But Leena, now when you have this hat on, I will like you to now to explore, like it's in the instructions, all these topics that what is the most interesting from your activity point of view? What topic would you like to explore if you consider that you are now exploring through mushroom picking tradition?
Well, I mean, many good options. Here we have the cultural dimension or the economic dimension, and then the 4 interesting topics around there. But if I'm thinking it, where would I like to go? I think I would actually like to discuss about the social dimension of this work that we do, and namely about interaction.
Okay, you have chosen interaction. Now there's 3 questions. You can read all those questions by yourself or answer the first one immediately if you like. But I will now be your pair, and I'm interested, Leena, if you can answer, how can this activity of mushroom picking enable interaction between people?
Well, I mean, here in Finland, mushroom picking is a really popular exercise. Over 40% of Finnish people say that they pick mushrooms every year. So it's like 2.5 million people or something. And so it really tells that it's a big thing around here. And when I think of the work of our museum and what we could do in relation to mushroom picking, or the coming up exhibition that we will open up in the, if not this autumn, then the next autumn, I would really like to see that also within our museum context, this is not only about going to the forest and going there alone, but I would like to have this sort of the interaction between people. visible in this work that we do. We often describe it that it's something that you go and do on your own. But if I think my life as a mother and of my children, it's very important that I go there together with them. Or if I look back on my childhood, with whom did I go and pick up the mushrooms? So I think that I would like to lift up these dimensions in that also sort of highlights the transmission of the heritage.
So it doesn't matter if you're old or young. This mushroom picking is for the older generations. Do you have to be a Finn to pick mushrooms? Do you have to be a native Finn? No.
Of course not. That's why I picked it up for this workshop, because I know that people in Baltic countries love it and do it too.
Nice. So the next question is, Leena, that how can this activity enhance the experience of a meaningful life? So what is the philosophy behind mushroom picking? Is there any healthy aspects?
Naturally, there is really, but if I think this linking it sort of to the work that my museum does and sort of what are the aspects that I would like to bring up in this exhibition is to sort of maybe, for example, to collect those experiences from the community members in Finland. So thinking of sort of how to reach out to the community picking the mushrooms up. So I know, for example, here in Finland, we have 14 active regional mushroom associations. So when building up this exhibition, I would like to reach out to them and maybe organize a campaign where I could get those people telling about their meaningful experiences. Not only me thinking what it is, but maybe to collect them and make visible the connections, and also maybe even invite those who are not yet so familiar with the picking to get excited about it and see the benefits for themselves.
Wow.
How are we with the time, by the way? It's 12 minutes.
So you're basically saying that there's some documentation that the museum could do and it's needed. Okay, Leena, let's go quickly to another topic. You can choose now again a topic that you like or you are most interested of.
Well, I will still stick with the social dimension, but tell me how many minutes we still have. It's 12 altogether.
Well, if you answer to one question.
Very quickly.
Okay.
Accessibility.
Accessibility. So, Leena, okay, I ask you this once again. Is the activity certainly open and available to all? So perhaps if you can't move yourself or you have some limitations of whatsoever, is this available for all people? I mean, really all?
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely something that we would need to discuss as well and to see how open it is. For example, for the newcomers in our society.
Yeah.
Is it if you come from a different continent, you come from Africa, do you have the culture there? Or maybe, for example, the mushroom picking could be a way for them to find a new home in our societies.
Yeah, and maybe you could translate materials for different languages. Yeah. Thank you, Leena.
So before we are running out of time, we will soon go to the workshops and discuss there more. But I mean, this is a very short demo of what one can do with this wheel chart, and we recommend you to use it in your own work. Organize a workshop online or in your museum when it's safe again. Translate the wheel chart in your own language. Make your own wheel chart, as you saw from the children's wheel chart. For example, we've made one, or our communities have made one on sauna culture, thinking about the future of sauna, since it is under the Creative Commons license.
Yeah, and remember that it can be a dialogue between two people. It doesn't have to stick with all these questions. You can also make questions of your own and go to the paths that are interesting. So this is not so strict orders or instructions, but this is a challenge to have a good dialogue with your partner.
So thanks a lot and see you soon in the workshop. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. That was a very interesting presentation with practical approach. And indeed, people in Latvia love mushroom picking. Not me, because my first time could be my last time, but yeah, mushroom picking is very popular also in Latvia. And I actually really loved the idea you brought that all is about good questions, and we will see what questions our participants and visitors will prepare for you. And thank you again, Leena and Antti. And last but not least, today's presentation has been prepared by Southwick. Caitlin is the founder and executive director of Key Culture and Sustainability in Conservation. Caitlin has worked in the conservation field for 8 years in museums and sites around the world. And she is ICOM and she is secretary of the working group on sustainability for the ICOM and a former professional member of the American Institute of Conservation Sustainability Committee. Caitlin believes in the capacity of culture to drive changes. Welcome, Caitlin, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. It's just incredible the amount of beautiful projects and work and tools that everyone has brought to this conference. So I'm really honored to be a part of this discussion today. So today I'd like to introduce you all to the key books and tell you a little bit about the background of the key books and why they were created and what exactly they are. We will be doing a workshop this afternoon to get familiar with the key books and how to use them, but I'd like to take a few minutes to really delve into the why about the key books and what they are. So I'm sure we've all heard a lot this conference about sustainability and the importance of sustainability for culture, and of course the importance of culture for sustainability. We've familiarized ourselves with Agenda 2030. We all know the SDGs now like the back of our hand. And we've explored a little bit about the relationship between sustainability and culture. I'm sure many of you know that in 2019, the International Council of Museums passed a resolution at the Kyoto Triennial Conference on Sustainability and the SDGs, whereby ICOM pledged to uphold and support Agenda 2030 and the SDGs. We are lucky enough to have Henry McGhie here with us, who has literally written the book on museums and the SDGs. And the connections that have been proposed between the way that museums and cultural institutions at large can support the SDGs is so inherent to what we do as cultural professionals and to the missions of our work that it seems quite obvious that we would be interested in engaging every day with the SDGs. Now, as a cultural professional myself, as was mentioned in my introduction, I am a conservator by training. I have always felt very passionate about sustainability. And I had a little bit of a hard time connecting action to my practice. The why was there, but for me, it was the how that was missing. When I was a practicing conservator, I spent a lot of time outdoors because I am a stone conservator. And one of the things that I had a really hard time with was reconciling the way that I was practicing. Our good friend Henry always says, and I always like to quote him on this, that sustainability is doing good without doing harm. Now, as a conservator, I knew that I was doing a good thing. I knew that, SDG 11.4, safeguarding and protecting the world's cultural natural heritage, was inherent in my job. So I was already fulfilling the SDGs. But the problem was the way I was doing this was causing harm. I was fortunate enough to be a member of the conservation team at Rapa Nui, also known as Easter Island in the Pacific. And while I was standing on the on the beaches on the island and pouring toxic chemicals over the moai statues and watching it run into the sand and out into the ocean. I just thought, there's got to be a better way to do this. So I always keep Henry's advice in mind. How can we do good without doing harm? There we go. Oh, there we go. I think that we really have seen throughout this conference the value of culture for sustainability. And I've already mentioned, it's really inherent in our jobs. I mean, so many of the presentations have shown that sustainability is already something that we're working towards, even if we're not identifying it or labeling it specifically as sustainability. Culture has the capacity to connect with people on such a personal and emotional level. And a lot of times when we're talking about issues such as climate change or decolonization or social justice, it might not hit home with everyone. Sustainability, all aspects of sustainability are different in terms of the way that people perceive them and experience them. And so if you're talking about climate change to someone who hasn't necessarily experienced repercussions yet, they might not have as much of a incentive to take action. And this is where culture comes in, because culture really has the capacity to incite that personal connection that leads to a deeper understanding and a desire to make change for a more sustainable future. And it's inherent in our jobs, everything that we do, from education to community engagement to diversity and inclusion, is part of sustainability. And as heritage professionals, we want to be more sustainable. Our spaces are for the public benefit. We have this expectation and this duty to be sustainable as well. It's not just about what our institutions are doing, though. It's also about what we are doing as individuals. And this is where I was still, once again, having some discrepancies with my practice and my moral and ethical compass to be more sustainable. We've all seen how sustainability affects culture. These are some examples of climate disasters which have caused everything from coastal erosions to flooding and damage of built heritage to the need to move massive collections because of threats from climate change. And this is becoming more and more apparent every day. These examples are from the last 5 years, but we have 100 more examples from even the last 5 months. So it's really becoming not only about what we're putting out in terms of our programming and our educational capacity, but it's also becoming part of our job. Because of course, as the protectors of our world and our society's cultural heritage, we have to protect it from climate change. We have to protect it from things that are happening now. And it's no longer enough to be just reactive. We have to be proactive as well. And I think that this is something where it's really interesting, especially when it comes to our carbon footprints, because a lot of institutions don't really think about their own carbon footprint, at least not in the past. Many museums have previously thought that, we're such a small piece of the pie, and once again, we're doing something really wonderful. So maybe it's okay that we have, a higher energy consumption due to our HVAC systems, or maybe it's okay that we have more energy from lighting because it's our duty to be housing and displaying our collections and protecting them. But once again, this is where we go back to what Henry says with doing good without doing harm. And if we start taking a look at the carbon footprint of our activities, we'll see that it's actually probably a lot bigger than we think. In 2008, the Victoria and Albert Museum did a energy audit where they found that 29% of their energy consumption from one single building produced 1,514 tons of carbon dioxide every year. Well, if you're anything like me, that might not mean a lot, but we have this handy little tool called the Greenhouse Gas Emissions Calculator, which can contextualize this. So if you plug in that amount, you will find out that the lighting from one building at the Victoria and Albert Museum is the same as 327 passenger vehicles driven for a year. It's the same amount of energy that it takes to power 256 homes. And it's the same amount of 1,668,220 pounds of coal burned. So maybe our footprint is a little bit bigger than we think. And if we see what repercussions are happening because of climate change, we realize that it is part of our jobs to be proactive in mitigating our footprint and turning the tide on climate change in order to fulfill our duty of protecting the world's natural and cultural heritage. As I mentioned, there's a lot bigger footprint than we think. And one of the problems is that we don't have a lot of information about how much the museum sector or the library sector, the cultural heritage sector at large emits. There has been some great work done in the United States where it's estimated that 12 million metric tons of carbon emissions are put out every year just by the museum sector in the United States. Just to contextualize that, that's the exact same amount as all of the cars driven in the city of London. This is, of course, pre-COVID. The other really big issue, of course, when it comes to sustainability is not only our carbon footprint, but also what messages are we sending? There's been a lot of talk about this term of decolonization lately. And this has really opened our eyes as cultural professionals to what stories we're telling. Whose history are we telling? Are we being inclusive? And addressing issues of structural racism through the way that we portray history. These capacities that we have, just by the stories that we tell and how we tell them, can absolutely shift the way that society perceives itself. So it's really important for us to not only look at our carbon footprint, but also look at our social footprint and start asking the tough questions. Things about, are we being transparent with the history of our collections? Are we really being accessible? When we're looking at digitization, who are we digitizing for? So it's really important for us to not only look at what outputs we are putting forward, but what those outputs are saying. So as I mentioned, I have always been very passionate about these concepts of sustainability. Growing up in the mountains in Denver, Colorado, I was very passionate about the environment. And so it always has been very hard for me to practice conservation in a way that I know was damaging to the environment. This is a picture of me, and I am working on a marble sculpture at a historic house in Rotterdam in the Netherlands. And you can see I'm wearing all kinds of personal protective equipment because what I am spraying on that statue is a very toxic biocide. Not only does this biocide have toxicity for the planet, but also for people. My colleague actually got really bad burns in his eyes because of exposure to this toxic biocide. So this is not only something that's dangerous to our practitioners, but of course, dangerous to the planet as well. And as you can see in this particular situation, the material that I'm putting on is just running down into the grass. And after I finish spraying the toxic biocide, I will then rinse it off with water where it will continue to contaminate the ground and get into the groundwater and damage our ecosystems. And I was really upset about the way that I was practicing conservation. And once again, going back to, I was doing something good, preserving this beautiful object, but I was doing harm while I was doing it. And I wanted a better way. And I wanted to be sustainable. I just did not know how. So I started looking into what some of the bottlenecks were for cultural professionals in terms of sustainability and implementing sustainability into daily practice. And the same issues were brought up from practitioners all over the world, from a lack of time to a lack of support, a lack of resources, lack of knowledge or expertise, lack of decision-making power. It felt very overwhelming to start engaging with sustainability. which is why we created the keybooks. The keybooks are step-by-step guides on how to be sustainable. This is everything I wanted when I was a practicing conservator. I wanted someone to just hand me a book and tell me what to do. But it's also very difficult if you are looking at sustainability from a jargon perspective, because a lot of times there are amazing resources out there that talk about ways that you can reduce your energy with HVAC systems. But some of those are 180 pages. And I don't know about you, but I don't really have the time to read all of that and to really understand what it means. So the point of the keybooks is really to take sustainability and make it something that is digestible. These are step-by-step actions, clear actions, and all of the resources and information that you need in one place. So the keybooks were co-created by sustainability professionals and cultural professionals from around the world. So they have global input, which means that they have global applications. We really tried to make this a co-creative process. So we invited sustainability experts in who worked together with cultural professionals to find solutions that were really applicable for the cultural sector and translate that sustainability jargon into something that made sense for us as cultural professionals. So I just wanted to give a very quick tour of a couple of the pages of the keybooks. And then of course, we'll dive more into this in the workshop in just a few minutes. But the keybooks are interactive PDFs. They're freely available from the Key Culture website. And they really go through very basic introductions into what sustainability themes are, and then specific actions and tasks that that cultural professionals can engage with for being more sustainable in everyday practice. So some of the theory at the beginning of the keybooks might go into things like the waste hierarchy, how you can start addressing your waste, what different ways are that you need to start thinking about your waste in order to be more sustainable, things like the 5 R's and circularity. They also go into very specific activities such as waste audits and what a waste audit is and how you can adjust and how you can conduct one yourself. But of course, they also go into very specific tips and tricks, such as issues with gloves. Number one question I get as a conservator is, what can I do about my gloves? Can I recycle them? Are there better ways? Here are all of the answers for you. There are reusable gloves. There are biodegradable gloves. There are compostable gloves. There are great ways to reuse and repurpose your gloves. And there are recycling programs. All of this information in one place for you. And the way that the keybooks are laid out is very simple and straightforward. So you can see here some background information, facts, and then actions that you can take. All of the links are embedded in the keybooks and are hyperlinks, so you can find the resources and connect with the information that you need right at your fingertips. The keybooks are currently, as I mentioned, available for free to download from our website. They are currently also being translated into 12 languages. And during the translations, we are also adjusting the content for local context. So for example, in Russia, there are certain actions that don't really apply. So while we're translating it into Russian, we have some adjustments to the context. The next steps for the keybooks is that our current 3 themes, which are energy, waste materials, and social sustainability, are currently being translated into a website platform. We will be continuing to update this content so that you have the most relevant and up-to-date material available. And we are also continuing to create new themes. So next year, we'll be releasing keybooks on exhibitions in January. In the spring, education and engagement will be the next theme, followed by storage in the fall. And in the winter, we're going to be releasing another keybook, either water or Indigenous relations and traditional knowledge. And we'll continue to create more themes as needed by the community. This is just a little preview of what our keybooks website is going to be looking like. So it'll be much more interactive and engaging, and a way that people can have access to the keybooks at their fingertips rather than having to download a PDF. So I'd like to thank you guys so much for listening. It's of course my hope that the key books are as useful for you as I've wanted them to be for me. And really looking forward to seeing you all in the workshop. But of course, if you have any questions, we are here to answer those. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Caitlin. We are very thankful for everything you bring to the table. I think our visitors and participants are looking forward to asking their questions to Caitlin and other today's speakers. And this is the time. That's why I'm inviting all today's speakers, Barbara, Giuseppe, Henry, Kristīne, Leena, and Caitlin, to join us again. It is so nice to see you all together. And first of all, I would like to say that you all are great experts and speakers. Thank you so much for your presentations and speeches. And that is why I have also a lot of questions to you. So, I would like to ask Barbara. Barbara, your presidency theme is Libraries Building a Sustainable Future. Could you please tell us what are your plans for your presidential term in a framework of your presidency team?
Well, thank you. Hello all together. I'm happy to see you now live, more or less live here at least. And well, my presidential theme, of course, is related to the Sustainable Development Goals. That is for sure, because IFLA, and Kristīne is there as well, IFLA has started to acknowledge the Sustainable Development Goals as an important issue for libraries already, I think, 5 years ago. So we are working for 5 years already in promoting these goals to the libraries so that the libraries understand that the achievement of the goals is also a task for them. But that's not the only thing. The thing is also that libraries are not really keen on advocacy, have not been, so very keen on advocacy, showing the good things they are doing. And the Sustainable Development Goals should be also for the libraries what would you say, a measure or a means to tell others how libraries are working to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. So there is, of course, there are certain special projects for this, but the work itself in the libraries, the distribution of information, the libraries are mediators of information. They are, of course, having done this all the time. And now they can combine their work with the Sustainable Development Goals and the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. And I think this is so important, first of all, for the libraries to know this, to have the awareness how they can act and how they can promote the things they are doing anyway in order to tell the funders, look, we are a very necessary actor in this game of the Sustainable Development Goals. And for me, not only for me, but I'm just the representative of IFLA, but for IFLA, it is important to continue all the time to make the libraries aware, to help the libraries to do this, because IFLA is a supporter for the libraries, and therefore we think this is one thing. And of course, sustainability for libraries themselves is of course also very useful and needed, because the sustainable development or the sustainability for the libraries depends on the innovation power libraries have. They can only be sustainable in their services, in their future activities, when they are innovating, when they are curious for the future, when they are integrating the trends of the society, the trends of technology, and use them for their work. And so it's a two-part thing. On the one hand side, it's the work with Sustainable Development Goals. On the other hand side, it's to make the libraries aware that their sustainability is also not at stake really, but also depends on their innovative activities.
Thank you, Barbara, for your position. And I totally agree that raising librarians' awareness is very important. That's why my next question goes to Henry. You mentioned that one key point that mainstreaming means is empowering staff to use SDGs. You actually already answered it a little bit, but still, can you give us some more advices how to do it, how to empower staff to use SDGs?
Sure. So I think the way I would answer it is to think about how where this conference comes from as the kind of the next development in a kind of confidence building. Let's think about it that way. That last year we had like the Latvian Museums Association ran a series of webinars. We aim to give people some of the information. IFLA has been doing very fantastic things with its members. And then I think there's a kind of progression between helping people see if the Sustainable Development Goals relate to their work. And then the next one is how. And then the next one is how do we get better? How do we do this stuff better? So it's just the same as any other learning process, to be honest, that we start off, unconsciously incompetent. We don't even realize that this relates to us. Then we're we're consciously incompetent. We realize it's relevant, but we just don't know how to do it. Then we learn how to do it, and it might seem a little bit mechanical to start with, and then it becomes second nature. It's like riding a bike. So if we were to mix metaphors really badly, it is just like riding a bike, that it just becomes part of your DNA, the way that you think, work, and act. So, because I'm completely convinced that working with Agenda 2030 and the SDGs isn't really about goals and targets or anything like that. It's a mindset. The goals and targets are a means to an end, which is to help and develop that mindset. That's what I think.
Thank you, Henry. And maybe we can do more and better if we would have some extra fundings. So, Giuseppe, is there some short answer on how to access to the funds? Maybe some keywords, some... Giuseppe, we do not hear you.
Europe is well advanced in sustainable development goals, is among, let's say, among the most advanced in the world. So as EBLIDA, we think that we have to do something more in Europe, and we have to demonstrate that sustainable development goals in libraries are structurally important for Europe, just as, let's say, to build up corridors, rail corridors or bridges for Europe, what traditional European structural funds conjure up. And there is also, I agree that it is an issue of mindset, but at the same time, in order to get money or in order to really to get access to funding, you need really to understand and also to go through these complex administrative machines of target indicators. And in fact, let's be frank, you can build up wonderful stories, but then it's just a story, just as the story that, let's say, airplane companies are saying when they are reforesting Amazonia, but at the same time they are polluting the skies of all over the world. So stories, and this is why we need indicators. That's very important. And we also must be frank. We can build up wonderful stories and advocacy programs about access to information. But when we go to the indicators, which are in 16 target 10, then they are useless. The United Nations indicators are useless, and Eurostat does not even maintain indicators on 1610 because they consider that they are not important. So this is why we strongly support IFLA effort to build up an indicators of this kind. EBLIDA will mobilize in order to support that. We thought that if we need to get money and then we have to go through this administrative process or targets indicators, and this is why we resorted to the structural funds. There are indicators down there. Libraries, it's very difficult actually to set up indicators in the library field, let's be frank. So we may use indicators that have been used in other fields. It is a hard, boring administrative process, but I think it is necessary for libraries.
Thank you, Giuseppe. I totally agree that it's very, very important, and the necessity of measuring tools and indicators is very important in our field. My next question goes to Leena. Leena, could you tell us more about the results of using wheel chart of sustainability?
Well, yes, thank you. I mean, we developed this tool, wheel chart, to discuss what is sustainability in different kind of heritage communities and organizations. And we really saw the need that, I mean, sustainable development is there and we know we all need to work on it, but how to do it. So we thought that we need a concrete tool on how to ask the right questions. And we did not start with the SDGs, but actually the 4 pillars of sustainable development that we discuss a lot about here in Finland. And I think that we need, I mean, Caitlin, I loved your presentation. I saw the end of it. So really we need concrete tools on how people can dig deeper. And also, Henry, what you saw in what you said about sort of first if the SDGs affect our work and then how to work on them. So I think this is what we need, to go deep and also to go on a very concrete level. And we have developed one tool in that sense that we've been using, especially with heritage communities, but also with different kind of organizations.
Thank you, Leena. And Caitlin, in your application, I read that you're very concerned about the duality of culture and sustainability. Please tell us if it is possible to find some kind of balance at all.
Oh, 100%. I think that's the beauty of this. And especially when it comes to, my background is conservation. And I always find it really interesting because when I start talking about sustainability to conservators, they say, well, we don't want to risk the objects and we want to make sure that we're still upholding the integrity of our profession and making sure that we're still providing the best possible care for our collections. And I just think that cultural professionals are positioned in such a way that we have a unique set of skills to apply to these issues, that we can find what I like to call win-win-win solutions, things that are better for the object and better for the person and better for the planet. And, because cultural professionals have this incredibly rich background and skill set and knowledge set, you combine history and science and art and culture and all of these different facets, we really have the capacity to find solutions that work for everyone and that are sustainable. So I think that that's why we have to be the leaders in this, is because we're the ones who have the tools to make this successful and to show people how it's done. So I fully believe that that we are on the right track and that we're, we just need to, make sure that we get everyone on board and that we're really going to be the sector that makes the biggest change.
Thank you, Caitlin. And one way how to show that things are done is create interesting stories. And Kristīne, you actually also answered my question I had prepared for you. That's why I will ask, which is your favorite SDG story in a library map of the world?
Oh, that's a good question. So I don't think there is one favorite. Well, all of them are favorite in one or another way. And I'm confused what to actually say. That's why I think I want to comment on what Giuseppe said, actually, about the targets and digging into data and all of that. So I think my favorite story is one that would really explain the problem, and that is the community. It will talk about the people and the difference that we are making, and that is one thing that we are trying to show and demonstrate specifically by using data and evidence and digging into the level of targets and indicators to see for every case what is what is relevant and how to better tell that story so that our stakeholders can understand it both from the point of view of data to see if that is something that they can use to also demonstrate their country's achievement by getting into the national systems, but also by demonstrating that individual level, every single person's experience and how that helped them to be better in their lives. So I'd say I like all our currently 47 stories and more on the list of for the curation. But I really like hearing people's voices and communities through these stories that we are telling about. So it is at the end, it's not about empowering our institutions, but it is about empowering really individuals and people's lives.
Thank you, Kristīne. I believe that when there will be a story from Latvia, that will be your favorite story. And next time you will be able to answer like that. Thank you. And now I can offer a free microphone for you. Maybe someone wants to reflect on ideas said by other speakers or add something. You can do it. Yes, Henry.
I think just to kind of bounce off what Giuseppe was saying and Kristīne was saying there, that there's not necessarily a story that gets told in one way because people value different things. So if we think that kind of slightly unfortunately, the reporting for the SDGs continues to use the standard, through the national reporting, that uses a kind of results-based management, input and output of policies. If we were to talk to communities, that's not really what is important to them. So if we think about where might we find it within the SDGs, like in terms of whatever it is, 16.6 about effective, accountable and transparent institutions, that understanding what our communities want and need and value is really important. And if I could give an example from another project I'm working on with ICROM, they ran a big consultation either last year and the year before. And they asked people, what difference would it make to you if there were no libraries, no museums, no cultural heritage? And it was something like 90+% of respondents, thousands of people, said it would make a huge difference to their lives. So this is a different way to tell a story, I think, but really a very important one. So yeah, that's my comment.
Yes, Barbara.
Yes, I want to add that like Kristīne just said, talked about the SDG stories on the library map of the world, which is an international perspective. I'm coming from Germany, you know this, and the German-speaking countries like Austria, Switzerland, and Germany, they have their own stories. They have their own SDG stories. So if you go to Biblio 2030, and there you find the stories, the SDG stories from these three countries, German-speaking countries. Some of them are already in the library map of the world. Some of them are there. So I would like to encourage, the libraries who are now listening to make even their own, perhaps their own representation of their SDG stories, how they contribute to the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. And of course, deliver to Kristīne a lot of stories. When I prepared my speech for you, I looked, and unfortunately, there is no Baltic states in the SDG stories of the library map of the world. But apart from that, perhaps you can represent your SDG stories, first of all, in your own website. Make it Baltic SDG 2030 or whatever. So that would be really interesting to know this. It's a matter of telling the stories. Of course, it's a matter of data as well, but telling the stories. And I think, politicians and people who are decision makers, they love stories, most of them. And so tell the stories.
Thank you, Barbara. Thank you for everyone for your stories you shared with us today. And thank you for your hard work and time. Following the schedule of the day, we are currently going on a lunch break, and workshop participants are asked to join the workshops at 1 o'clock, while all together we are meeting again at 3 o'clock to follow the panel discussion. See you after break.
pa pasākumu tagad.
Pāris dienām šeit ir, un pēc tam mums lejā mīnus stāvā jauna studija būs.
Aha.
Tagad vēl remontējās.
Krūta. Jā. Jā, nu, virta kā nekas nenotiek pa šo laiku, jā. Virta kā pa šo laiku nekas nenotiek tagad, jā. Nāk kaut kādas skolas somas.
Nāk, jā, tad šobrīd, vakar šodien.
Well, welcome back to the conference, Localizing the Sustainable Development Goals through Baltic Museums and Libraries. And this is the final panel discussion, which will be devoted to cross-sectoral cooperation and advocacy, where we will discuss with the representatives from various stakeholders, from memory institutions to NGOs and to state institutions, how can we all collaborate better in trying to reach and support the SDG goals. My name is Uldis Zariņš, and I am a Deputy State Secretary at the Ministry of Culture of Latvia, and I will be moderating this session. And with me today we have Agnese Vilde, Deputy Director of International Organizations and Human Rights Department, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Latvia, Ieva Petkute, Head of the Dementia Lithuania Association, Māra Jakobsone, President of the Library Association of Latvia, and Miriam Rabis, Estonian National Heritage Board Director of the Museums Field. So, welcome to our panelists, welcome to our listeners and watchers. And we'll start with a short round of questions, of introductions from each speaker, and I would like to hear from our panelists your experience. What is your sector currently doing to achieve the SDGs? And in your work, who are you partnering with? Who are your main stakeholders? Who are you working with? And I think we'll start with Miriam. Hello, Miriam.
Hi. Hello. Nice to see you again, Uldis. Okay, that's good to start, because then nobody has said anything and you cannot affect what I'm going to say. I think I'm working in the National Heritage Board. It's a government agency, and it's probably not wise to start from what we are only doing in our sector, but a little bit wider picture that I try to draw now. For the past couple of years, Estonia has done quite a lot to set new strategical goals for our state. Just last year, Estonia 2035 was finished, which has 5 big pillars: a person, the environment where we live in, society, economy, and governance. And all of these pillars have very close ties to the SDGs. And simultaneously, we have been working with a development plan for culture 2030, which takes its base from this big strategy and also sets goals which are all closely tied to the SDGs. And I think that framework is very important for everything that will follow. And currently, this document has not been approved yet by the Parliament, but it's in a very last moments now. So I think next month or so it will be finalized. And during this time where we have been making these documents or setting goals, there has been a lot of discussions within the museum and library sector as well, for both of these documents. So I think I work in the museum sector. I can speak more about that sector. Like when we are talking about advocacy work and not the most important part, which is actually acting part, then for museum work, mainly National Heritage Board that works with the collections, planning for disasters or more sustainable preservation and things like that. museum association that has done some good trainings. And a couple of years ago in Tartu, there was a similar conference actually where we all could meet physically about the same subject also. And ICOM Estonia are the main actors who are working towards these really huge goals. And from there, it goes only for more detailed view. I guess that is all to just give the overall view of state of the things.
Okay, thank you, Miriam. Well, then next I would like to hear from Mara. How are libraries doing in Latvia in working towards SDG goals?
Yeah, hello, hello all listeners and participants. Let's move to the libraries, from heritage and museums to the libraries. The work of libraries supports all SDGs, but it's important for librarians to see the connection and understand the essence. Therefore, in 2019 and 2020, the Library Association and National Library of Latvia, in cooperation with the UNESCO Latvian National Commission, organized a series of educational and inspiring seminars for librarians covering all regions of the country. There was organized 3 face-to-face seminars and 2 webinars. The project Libraries and Sustainable Development, we are building this world ourselves, will be completed in the end of this year with the SDG section in Latvian Library portal and the summary in English about the work of Latvian libraries with SDGs. Latvia can be proud also with a chapter dedicated to the work of Latvian libraries with SDGs in all 3 annual reports about Latvian libraries. Main activities of the Lithuanian Librarians Association also are related with raising librarians' awareness on SDG issues. The greatest success in Estonia is a campaign of the Estonian Librarians Association with the aim to ask people to read paper books instead of scrolling screens just 1 hour before the sleeping time. This campaign has several points to make. Reading paper books is good for your mental health, for your eyes, and for your overall well-being in general. Paper is better for feeling asleep instead of blue light from electronic devices. Everyone can get smarter, parents can read to the children, it is more connecting than playing a good night story from a podcast. Reading paper books also saves energy, because do you not have to charge your device? Lending a book from a library is also sustainable. It reduces consumption, saves money and room in your home. This campaign goes in line with Estonia 2035 strategy, and libraries are encouraged to use this strategy for their strategic planning and communication. Libraries are supporting sustainable lifestyle and promote awareness of it, but I propose to look deeper and far-sighted. The main library instruments are collections, information resources and services, as well as activities for the community. Maybe it will seem strange, but SDGs return us to core functions of library: reliable information and knowledge, and reading promotion. It is not possible to build a sustainable world without reading and based on disinformation. Therefore, reading promotion and media and information literacy fostering will continue to be most important aspect in library field. And therefore, I can say convincingly that SDGs are our duty, which can be accomplished only with a clear commitment and close cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mara. And we move forward, and I would like to ask Eva, who is completely from a different background. So you represent an NGO and a very specific NGO working in a health field, but you have, as I understand, collaborated extensively with libraries, museums, with the memory institution sectors. So what has been your experience?
Hello, everyone. It's such a pleasure to be here. Yes, I represented 2 organizations, which is one of them is focused on arts for health practice and increasing, working towards creating more access to creative practices, to experiencing arts for vulnerable groups, and also Dementia Lithuania, which is an association to advocate for the rights of people living with dementia and their carers. So from my perspective, working within this field, I would say that this is very much embedded in this conversation, in the sense that we act as a mediator between let's say the government and the institutions of libraries and museums. And our work was very much like helping to communicate between these institutions or organizations with the public. So, and that has been done through the training programs, mentoring, supporting awareness raising initiatives, and just like bringing more common understanding of each other's language. And also I would say bringing the stories of people and really understand how the work that is being done in these organizations impact the life experiences, or vice versa, how life experiences can kind of really motivate us towards developing certain initiatives, certain transformative changes within organizations and so on. So our work was very much like supporting these processes, these discussions, and so in the form of training or events or like toolkits or research. And eventually, of course, like this type of work is being developed in collaboration with the universities, with Museum Association, which is one of the very supportive partners in this process, but also with governmental institutions, with other NGOs, and with just creatives, individuals working in the field. So quite a range of the partners, and you have to balance and moderate the different type of communication and different objectives that organizations might have. But what I would like to say that, like, I would say that this working in this field just shows that the cultural sector in general is very vibrant and very willing to collaborate and kind of really learn from each other. And of course, a lot depends on the very motivated individuals within specific organizations. But basically, like there's a big interest in learning new things, learning new practices, and developing further. So this is how I would see the sector that I'm working in. Thank you.
Thank you, Eva. And finally, we have Agnese, who represents a entirely different kind of stakeholder, Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So I think I'll have to slightly rephrase my question. As a representative of Ministry of Foreign Affairs, who is obviously responsible for coordinating all the national efforts towards SDGs. So how much would you say are you aware of what's going on there on grassroots level, what the memory institutions are doing, and how it fits in the overall scheme of things?
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. It is really an honor to participate at this concluding panel today with such prominent experts. And I think it is a great opportunity to look at experiences of localizing the sustainable development goals by Baltic museums and libraries. And thank you to all the organizers and all our participants. Given that I represent the Foreign Affairs Ministry, I would like to speak about the importance of bringing the global goals to the local level and vice versa, why we should proudly communicate and share our good local and national practices globally. As the Agenda 2030 of Sustainable Development Goals addresses a very wide range of global economic, social, and environmental aspects, the great challenge has been how to translate the words on paper into reality, and how to better understand at all levels, international, regional, national, local, and individual, the responsibility of achieving these goals for the welfare and future of humanity and our planet. And that requires more information and understanding about the goals themselves. And maybe this is an area where we should pay more attention to. Also from our side. And
Yeah, it seems that there is a slight technical problem. We don't have a sound from Agnes now.
Can you hear me now?
We missed something like half a minute, sorry.
I will come back to my words. The beauty of the Sustainable Development Goals is that they are universal and also that they enable everyone to find their own access point to them. And they are an invitation to all sectors of society to care, collaborate, and be part of the solutions. But it requires conceptual shift in thinking about sustainability. Cultural institutions, museums, and libraries are key local actors in promoting sustainable development through cultural heritage. Your everyday work is important as you provide information, knowledge, contribute to literacy, lifelong learning, and the preservation of cultural heritage. The conference motto, ask your library, ask your museum, is highly relevant. During this pandemic, information literacy, as well as access to information, have become critical needs for a resilient society. Furthermore, we see more evidently the importance of innovations, digitalization of the content, and increasing digital skills. During this conference, many successful and creative examples in the Baltic region have been shared, and even in this panel today. They strengthen the role of libraries and museums as public advisors and advocates for sustainable development. And it is important to build on these success stories, seek collaborations and new partnerships. Unfortunately, the global pandemic has further exposed deep fragilities and inequalities in the world, slowing down the implementation of SDGs. It is also clear that international cooperation for development will be necessary to address existing challenges. We should not be shy about sharing our best and innovative practices with others beyond our region, as they can be useful for others as well. Thank you.
Thank you for your introductions. Now we move onwards to questions, and I have altogether 3 questions to all 4 of you. And the first question is, what, in your opinion, who should be in the driver's seat when we are talking about national coordination of SDG efforts, of cross-sectoral and international cooperation? And the reason why I'm asking this is that sometimes you have a feeling that there are actually a lot of activities going on. Libraries are doing something, museums are doing something, NGOs are doing something, state agencies are doing something, but they might not be always very much aware of what the other actors are doing. And then, for example, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, on the other hand, might not be aware of some activities as well. So something that really struck me is that Latvia, when it's contributed its first report on SDGs, I don't think a single activity coming from cultural sector was included in it. So this time I'll start probably with Agnes. So what your opinion is? So should MFA orchestrate, or would you expect more of a bottom-up approach and organizations and people informing you?
I have to slightly correct you. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs is not coordinating, all the SDG implementation activities in our country. At least we have actually a coordination center under the government who does all that work. But I believe that given that there has been talks about how important it is to know, that it's not only global goals and international goals and something that nobody understands. I think we need to really have this awareness of what's being done, been done also at a local level, and as you mentioned, grassroots, and of course the non-governmental sector is very much involved in all this as well. So I think in you know, maybe future reports at international forum on how we are doing on the implementation of SDGs, I think all these components are very important to include.
Yeah, thank you. Eva, NGOs were mentioned, so what would be your approach? So maybe we need a national or Baltic association of NGOs who well, maybe not coordinate, but at least inform each other and help each other get inspired and get more visibility as well.
I would say we definitely need motivation from both sides, if we call it, you know, the governmental side and the societal or the NGO side, to have a motivation to come along. So to see the need of that and the importance of this, and not to have, you know, knocking doors and like, oh, you know, let's talk with us. So to have that set in place is very important, and in order to do that, there should be a certain awareness about the importance of the issues themselves, but also about what organizations are there and why we should collaborate. So this is quite an important thing, and to have, it's just two-way street as a process. So I would just maybe kind of respond also from our experience of working in this field. So we, as an NGO, we are leading processes where really and investing time to engage with the politicians on certain issues that are really very much in the context of our conversation. And we definitely see that there's a very kind of a lack of understanding of what expertise is in the field, and how, or let's say, how to access that. So have that expert say group accessible, and to be involved in the process, in the discussion. This is something absolutely important, but it can appear only when there's motivation on both sides to create such a thing. And without it, I think we can hardly kind of have a better and more impactful outcomes. So yeah, just maybe briefly like this.
Well, thank you, Mara. I get the feeling that Latvian libraries have a really good coordination system among themselves. Obviously, they collaborate on a lot of different agendas as well. But does it sometimes feel like echo chamber? So you don't know maybe what museums are doing, and would you like to have more collaboration with other sectors?
Mm-hmm. I have one good idea to propose to you. I think that this all collaboration job could be done by multi-stakeholder national coalition for implementation of sustainable development goals, which was established in 2019 as an initiative of LAPAS, Latvian Platform for Development Cooperation. The coalition plans to expand cooperation between Baltic states also, and also to create a common platform for SDG activities. Not only organizations and institutions, but also individuals are invited to join and participate in this coalition. And by the way, the Library Association of Latvia is also a member of this coalition. The more diverse and cross-sectoral the coalition will be, the more influential and meaningful power it will have at both national and international levels. Therefore, we have no need to invent something new. We already have one instrument, and we much put more power to use it. So it's my opinion.
Well, thank you for sharing this with us. So it's a fairly recent development. I understand it's 19. How do you feel? How successful they have been so far in raising visibility of SDGs work?
It was question to me.
interesting, curious about these lapas. So how do you feel? How successful are they, or it's still something that's more ahead of you?
At the moment, maybe not so successful, but I see very much potential in this institution, in this possibility to cooperate between so many cross-sectoral and many cross-institutional, people to come together from many sectors, from many institutions, and to do this work together. I see very big potential in this, yeah. But the results at the moment maybe are not so visible. So let's come to enjoy and we will see.
Yeah, it's very interesting. So my outtake of this is that it actually makes sense that there is a one big player NGO who's probably connecting all the different stakeholders and then unifying and making the exchange of ideas and expertise, and then it's useful that there is a single voice who can represent all the actors. So yeah, that's interesting. Miriam, what would you say? Does it sound like a fair idea?
Well, we don't have an instrument like that, like you have. I guess it sounds an interesting idea, and somebody who really evaluates and rethinks all of the big goals. I'm not a biggest fan of hierarchy usually. I don't believe in it, but in this case, when you say that there has to be a driver who can actually see the whole picture, and who can also maybe analyze what exactly it is that we are lacking in, because I think like we are doing a lot of good job already for years, many years, to achieve those goals. But there are probably some of the goals that are not so good. So I still see a huge role for the Ministry of Culture as a cross-sectoral driver who sets the framework. But then again, for example, when we are talking about international cooperation, then culture sector already is very well networked. We have and we have seen this for the past 2 days as well. Again, that it's a quite big group of people, and a lot of connections like ICOM, NEMO, IFLA, Europeana, and so on and so on. So there is a role for everybody, and I guess there is some kind of hierarchy needed in this subject. But I would also want to say that Ministry of Culture cannot do anything when you don't have institutions and NGOs or other operative bodies who have contemporary leadership and meaningful actions that you can rely on. So it's a huge subject.
Well, thank you all. Now we move on to second question, and I definitely wouldn't like to use a word problem, but I'd rather stick with obstacles. So in your experience, what are the current obstacles, and maybe to turn it a bit around, what would you need in order to engage more widely in the work or SDGs? So that would be either understanding and information on SDGs, which is something that Agnes mentioned, or political or maybe very practical support, some resources, partners, coordination. So what would be the most important factor which would help us all, and you particularly in your work? We start this time with, I would say, Mara, if you don't mind.
Oh, okay. I noted that I had not switched off my microphone, so I can start, of course. Okay. Librarians are very practical people, I think, yes, who very value the meaning and result of their work. in my opinion, very helpful would be a library, but in fact, not just a library, but also common memory, cultural and educational institutions, SDG performance assessment system. Because through assessment of our work, we both see its meaning and result, understand the framework, and are able to plan future activities more effective. Sometimes manuals are very useful, but in general they are very rarely used. That's why, in my opinion, a tool for common communication would be more useful. Perhaps a network of SDG leaders or mentors, or information platform where is it possible to communicate and to look for partners, to get information and ideas, to exchange experience, as well as to take a look into basic principles. Lack of deeper understanding, inability to see connections, and unfortunately, lack of motivation is the biggest problem. Also, librarians could be, and it is great to see some real examples, of course, SDG work leaders and inspires in their communities. Therefore, I think this communication network is it's more useful for libraries, and I think also for museums and other cultural institutions as well.
Thank you, Mara. I absolutely love when people are asking for tools, because in my experience as state official, I'm so used to people asking for money. So give us money, we will do anything for you. So it's very refreshing that you don't hear that as the biggest obstacle, but instead you give something practical as frameworks and tools, which is, thank you. Miriam, what would you say?
I would say that tools are super important, and we need them. And I'm glad to see that there are already many tools that can be used. It is, of course, questions how to find the right one. But before the tools, there is one thing that is needed in order the tools to be used. And I think that's leadership, thinking of your institution or organization or whatever body as something that it's not only on its own, but a piece of a bigger world, a piece of society, something that has a responsibility and value for surroundings. So yeah, I think that before starting to use the tools, or even finding or even thinking about any tools, there is a need to think of these problems and to understand that we actually need to move in this direction. I'm not saying that we are lacking this leadership. There are some good examples, of course, but seeing the old museum sector in Estonia, for example, I see that there is a gap still that needs to be filled. And usually in these conferences, we are
go on.
Usually in these conferences, we are talking rather about bigger institutions, maybe, who have resources to think about these things. But the sector is much bigger. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Additional question for you. Obviously, now it's quite common to think that leadership ideally shouldn't come from up to down. So it's not always the director who should be the leader. Instead, the leadership should be present on all levels, from all the workers at the museum or library, then to director, and then obviously also to the government level and political level. So if you mention leadership, I think it's quite important that we have also the leadership on the upper level, because it's so super possible actually that the museum is knocking itself out, trying to reach the big goals, but then again you go to your ministry or to government level, and then you realize that nobody is really particularly interested in what you've done. So how your experience on that level? And I know it's a trick question because you also work for government just as me.
So your question is which kind of leadership I think, or
yeah, it's actually I just realized that it was more of a musing than a question, but yeah, let's rephrase. So, from your experience, where do you on which levels do you feel the leadership currently in Estonia and museum sector is mostly present, and where it could be lacking so far?
Well, right now, I completely agree that leadership is horizontal and should be like not only director level. I guess what I think right now, as also a practical person, is that even still this organization, head of organization level, whatever the museum level or ministry level, and I'm not saying anything bad about anybody, but it's just even if you have leaders in your organizations that want to do something, you have to have a common understanding of things, and the common understanding starts from the head. So I think maybe still this understanding on the management level is important.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, then, Eva, what would be your opinion on what would you need to get NGOs in general or the organizations get more involved in SDG work?
I want very much support what has been said, and in particular the leadership aspect and informed leadership, and also I could say openness to the unknown, because we mentioned in this conversation this cross-disciplinary, cross-sectorial, and basically what it means that two sectors or fields, they come together, and I'm interested to work with something I'm not an expert in. So you have to have that openness towards the unknown, and unknown comes with a different style of working, different style of communication, and also the information. So I would say this leadership, which is curious, and in particular, maybe as we speak about this sector, which involves libraries and museums, I would also stress the confidence in leading, because oftentimes what I feel, well, we work with cultural organizations, and now I myself represent one, there's this thinking that if we have something which is like talks about the meaningful change in the long term that relates with health and well-being, or like climate change, and like there are certain things that we have agency in, and what we know we are experts of. But if we want to do something cross-sectorial, and that includes something we don't know, we still can be a leader in that field. So as an example, what I want to give, so we as an NGO are leading an initiative which is called Towards Dementia Strategy, and that is about the supporting people living with dementia in the long term, and that is about a holistic approach to health. And well, there are many elements included, but this is an initiative that is led by arts organization, but this is in partnership with Health University, with Ministry of Health, with the museums and other NGOs. So really have that confidence that you can go towards a field that is not like, it's not only related with my expertise field, but kind of set up and kind of be really kind of open to building new ways of developing things and working towards, and feel that arts can, and cultural organizations can lead processes just like the one I mentioned. So just that confidence is something that should go alongside the leadership and knowledge and just curiosity.
Much, Agnes. Leadership was mentioned a number of times, so that's obviously not something that the government agencies can influence very much. But maybe you have a different perspective. So what else could we, and I mean me and you as quite senior government officials, to do more in order to support the memory institutions, the NGOs, the different players?
Thank you. Well, very many good points already raised by previous speakers in general on you know, the cross-sectoral cooperation and need for maybe greater coordination and raising awareness at national level. You know, how things are actually happening. You know, and also. Very important to, of course, have the political support for the initiatives, and given how wide the agenda is, you know, it's sometimes a challenge for all sectors to be equally, you know, supported, also including financially, I would say. So yeah, I think it's also at the government level to just have this understanding that this is something that this agenda is not just words on the paper, as I mentioned before. That at all levels we have to do more. That you know we actually achieve them in the coming years.
Yeah, so thank you. So maybe to conclude a bit this question, it was really pleasantly surprising to me that none of you really mentioned the essential resources such as money, as I mentioned. But also what surprised me was that none of you really very much stressed the lack of information and lack of understanding. So my conclusion would be that you feel that people are actually on the field, they are quite well informed about SDGs, but what they really need is some kind of gentle or not so gentle push towards real action. So would you agree with that, or would you still expect somebody, I don't know, a library association or someone else explaining and talking a bit more about what SDGs actually are and how our everyday work is actually connected with SDGs. So sometimes we probably don't even realize that the work we are doing can be related to SDGs. Miriam, what do you think? Is there a lack of information, or it's overblown?
Well, the question of the century is how much communication you should have. Yes, if you think that you have been like saying something for 1,000 times and you are boring everybody, including yourself, then every communication expert says that maybe somebody has heard this like once or twice. So there is definitely still a need to communicate and what are even SDGs and how we can make it happen altogether. But maybe the need is more practical. Maybe it's more focused, not to talk about all of them at all times, but choose some and focus your trainings or seminars or whatever type of communication you choose, and to make it more practical, probably, I think.
Yeah.
But it's a huge question. It's kind of like how to save the world.
It is a bit of a trick question. Agnes, what do you think? Information or motivation, which is more important or which is more lacking at this point?
I think both are very important, and I forgot to mention in my previous response that also this, you know, the communication about SDGs is very important, and you know, this conference actually is a perfect example. You know, how we give visibility to specific sectors. What they are doing in achieving SDGs, what are the challenges in this field, and bringing experiences from the whole region. You know, that's something that you know, I think is very important for the visibility and communication. Thank you.
Okay, Mara, information, motivation, both?
I also think that both are very necessary, and I would like to say that do not understand me incorrectly. I am not a woman who is obsessed with tools and guidelines and manuals, but I think that this common communication platform is very necessary. And as Agnes already mentioned, this conference is very good example of that. We need to find partners. We need to find people who are together with us, similar with our way of thinking. Because, for example, for librarians, so many librarians are working in libraries, one-staff libraries. They are working all day alone, and they have nobody with who they can to talk with the things they care about, and this communication network is very necessary. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And finally, Eva, your take on this crucial question?
Motivation or information? Well, you know, motivation is inner resource, information is outer resource. So there's kind of the circle. I mean, in order to access information, you have to have motivation. But if you have motivation and there's no information, but I mean, information can increase our motivation. So I think both should be there, and perfect, like ideally, both should be there. But information is something that should always be accessible and be delivered through interactive process of training as a passive resource, something that you can access to. And absolutely, this is crucial. And I mentioned this before, because information is something that is essential for these conversations between government and organizations, to be aware how it relates with me and why I should be in contact with people who do other work. So as an example, we as an NGO led research about the accessibility and attitudes towards accessibility in arts museums in Lithuania. And the core aspect was that really there was a lack of understanding what accessibility really means, because we naturally think that these are barriers, but actually the core of the barriers is the attitudes, and attitudes can be changed only through the training, through the discussions and reflection. So then you form ideas and you start initiatives that remove the barriers. So absolutely, I mean, we have to tap into these two, and they are just like vicious circle. Motivation creates more information and so on. So yeah, that's my take. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We somehow fluently already moved more or less to my third and final question to all of you, which is about communication and visibility of your work. So some of the ideas were already mentioned. For example, Mara mentioned that the SDG work is already included in the Latvia Library report already for 3 years. And but maybe as we all agree that we are all practical people, so let's brainstorm a bit. So in an ideal world, so what could we do to better communicate our work and give it some visibility? So of course, possibilities are endless. We might end up with somebody giving us €1 million and then to buy the TV airtime to promote our work. But let's be slightly more realistic, and then let's think about what can we do to overcome this communication void, maybe, and to overcome this phenomena that maybe library sector and museum sector might not be exactly aware what each is doing, and on the other hand, the PKC, which Agnes mentioned, which is the agency developing the state report, might have no idea what libraries and museums are doing as well. So let's start with this time, Miriam.
Again.
Again? Oh.
what can we do better? I think the question is right now, like, what kind of problem we are solving here, and the problem, I guess, how to tie your activities closer to SDGs, and maybe already the things that you are doing, and understanding what you are not doing. Well, I think there is no need to really invent the wheel. It starts from every museum's like a development plan or a mission or vision, and talking to inside the sector. So I'm not sure. I think we are doing already quite a lot. Seminars and maybe one thing is to really, like Mara said, also to make the tools more visible and really know where to find them, because right now they are kind of like all over the place. So I'm not sure. Talk and talk more. I know I didn't hear the best answer.
But what do you think? Whether we would come up with the idea that Estonian museums should draft a yearly report what the museums have been doing towards SDGs, would that be waste of time and resource, or would that actually be useful?
Well, I think that I've been thinking about this, because evaluating your activities is also a huge work. So what I think in this subject is that maybe for bigger museum there might be a bigger demand to like give feedback or in a report on different SDGs, but for smaller museums there should be some kind of focus, and that what the focus is maybe should be a conversation between the owner of the museum and the museum itself to find the way. But as I mentioned before, the bigger framework probably should be from the Ministry of Culture, like what can you evaluate and how you should address these issues.
Okay, thank you. Eva, what do you think? What could we do to communicate our work better? Maybe we should have, for example, a SDG week every year, where the focus is on communication of SDG work across all sectors. Sorry, we don't hear you. Something is not quite right.
Can you hear me now?
Perfect.
Okay, sorry. So I would say that the question is whom we want to communicate, and we have to know then how people or audiences get information whom we want to communicate. So if we want to communicate to specific people who get it in a certain format, which they report, and they like prefer to get it in this way, so that's the form we should choose. But if we want to communicate to wider audiences which get information otherwise, we have to think about the accessibility aspect. So I really look into this, the access aspect, which should have just like employment with digital tools, but also just presenting in an and also what I want to stress is the importance of a story. So really bring the fact of the work that you want to communicate, like what you're doing, but also just include into that this story that just relates to the achievement you're doing. And so really this is the power of a story, can change, a number of the words, but like thinking again about the audience whom you want to communicate. And let's say if we want to just kind of
introduce the SDGs to the society and about, let's say, the climate change that, let's say, now Lithuanian museums is really discussing widely how we can support that type of process. So you think about the forms and ways to do this so that the audiences would get this information, would kind of be motivated to get it. So yeah, I would say when we think about the communication, we should think about this information and motivation as well. Just include that into this conversation. So thank you.
Thank you. Agnes, what would be your take on communication work? So I'm not asking for any job, but maybe ministries should be held more responsible for communicating on I don't know, government level, and also to the general public about the work towards SDGs. And that would be easy on culture, because on an official level, among the 17 goals of SDGs, there is not a single one on culture. So we shouldn't actually kind of do any work, but of course we would, because we feel that we are responsible for the sector.
That's an interesting point. I think, yeah, one way is maybe to raise more awareness also from the governmental institutions side, and your mentioned idea about possible SDGs week at some point maybe worth contemplating between among different institutions. But also I wanted to agree with the point that Eva mentioned. It depends also what audience you want to reach, what you want to communicate. One thing is if we really want to educate or inform to the wider audience what the including cultural institutions are already doing in the field of SDGs. I'm just thinking from practical point of view to use more the modern technologies, communication tools and social networks. I think that's becoming a necessity, basically, not only for bigger institutions, bigger let's say museums or libraries, but maybe also at a smaller scale. If we speak about the international level, probably also the networks where this sector is represented internationally, that's something to also think about. How to better communicate what we are doing nationally or including regionally. Like I said, to communicate our best, practices and good stories, and that might be useful also at the international level, or can be used as example for others. Yeah.
Thank you. And finally, Mara, your take on giving more visibility to what libraries are doing in SDG field.
Thank you. And I'm a little bit happy that I can speak as a last speaker, because I have some good ideas and one wonderful idea which I will give in the end of my little speech. So in the library field, there is a little problem that librarians are doing a lot. But at the same time, we are very ashamed to speak very much about and talk about our work, so that it doesn't look like boasting. And we were ashamed. I'm working very hard, but I know it's my daily work. It's nothing special. It's our mentality, I think, not only in Latvia, but also I think also in Lithuania and Estonia as well. And we have changed this mindset and to start to make stories, not only for politicians and in the name of advocacy, but stories for each other. And these stories are very good instrument to make our work and our stories visible. If you in speaking about this tool and common communication platforms, there is a little bit risk that this communication platform can make some way of bubble. Yeah, but because we are, or SDG funds are living in bubble and no one knows who others are doing. Maybe this common communication platform is very could be very well used for SDG networking. But I have one great idea, which I will talk from Giuseppe's Vitiello workshop. If Giuseppe, if you are listening to me, I would like to propose this idea. There was one project from Denmark, and it's SDG Festival. I like tools and manuals very much, but the festival is my favorite, and I would like to propose to organize SDG Festival. And this conference, I think, is the first step. It's our first festival, and maybe in next year we could organize Baltic level SDG Festival. Let's do this.
Thank you, Mara. That was extremely inspiring. So that would personally probably be my biggest takeaway of this panel. So tools and manuals are good, but festivals are better. So thank you very much, all four speakers. I hope that it was useful and inspiring and informative, not only to the people watching, but also to you. So thank you for your participation, for your time. And now we move forward. We are almost at the end of the conference, and if you forgot what exactly are you watching, then I'll remind you that we are all attending the online conference Localizing the Sustainable Development Goals through Baltic Museums and Libraries, which was kindly organized by the Latvian Museum Association, the National Library of Latvia, the Latvian Librarians Association, and in cooperation with Estonian and Lithuanian Museum and Libraries Associations and the Latvian National Commission for UNESCO. And over 2 days we have listened to a number of local and international experts, also participating in practical workshops with a single goal to obtain more knowledge and try out different tools, although festivals are better, tools for planning, assessing and communicating work on SDGs in Baltic states in the library and museum sector. But it would be, I feel, a bit of a waste of time and energy if we couldn't come up at the end of the conference with some really practical steps forward, with some promise we would take with us over next days, weeks, months and years. And to bring this conference to conclusion, I would like to give you some summarization, some outputs. And for me, from the last session, where we slightly moved away somehow from the topic of collaboration, although every speaker agreed that it's super important, but for me, personally, the outcome was that both information and understanding of SDGs is important, as well the tools and information how to put the SDG movement in practical steps, but that the motivation on all levels actually is really crucial, so you can be very knowledgeable about SDGs, but if you cannot put your knowledge into action, it's kind of useless. And for this we need leadership on all levels, we need understanding on all levels, and in order to collaborate, it seemed that the government agencies they are regarded as important, as somebody who draws up framework, but to get this motivation, the civil society, the NGO level, the institutional level is still very much more important. And I really like the idea that maybe as in Latvia was mentioned, there is already a platform uniting and coordinating the players working in SDG fields. So there's a similar practice in Latvia altogether in coordinating the NGO sector, that there are thousands of NGOs, but there is a big association of them who represents NGOs on the government level, and they sit really at the government level in discussions about SDG, not only SDGs, but different issues. So that's something to work forward, to move from grassroots connections also to a bit more formalized connections, maybe in giving different actors a voice, and as a result maybe gets better also represented on a big political level. So that's my outtake for the big conclusion, which I understand will be published in many different places all over the internet, but somehow magically next to me have appeared the other moderators from both today and yesterday. So I would like to also give a word to you and ask what has been your conclusion, what's your takeaway from those 2 days. I'll start with you, Lolita.
It's been a great learning experience, because whoever were experts who participated from libraries and from museums, the best part was that you see that they are encouraging and participating in citizenship and not spectatorship. They are not people who are watching from kind of, behind the scenes and looking what's going on. They're really into the field. So I think what is clear now, that we need a space for culture to be more represented for sustainable, development goals. It's very, very important. You said that there's there's culture not mentioned in these, in these UN, 2030 goals, but culture is involved in everything. So probably it's about social aspects and ecology. It's all there. And I think that we have so many not good examples, but also experts in the field. So I really hope that they feel as experts, they understand that they're doing actually a lot for community and for culture and for sustainability of their own countries and for their heritage. So I think that is what was the important part. And unfortunately, we can't travel so much now, but that would be the perfect, talking about the festival, thank you, Mara, would be to see and meet people who are doing it in Kaunas and in other places in Estonia and Tartu and everywhere else. So I think that all these initiatives, what I'm thinking, and then the projects to address Agenda 2030 and all these discussed UNESCO priorities, I think we learn that we are actually doing more than we thought. It's just there's no way to measure it. We don't know what to write in the report, actually, when someone asks. But I think that the way museums and libraries are, first of all, thank you, Inga, for letting us collaborate together, but also to kind of to understanding how important it is not only to use like plastic cups for your reception, but how you encourage different communities to participate or vulnerable groups in the society. So I thought that was really really good point for this conference. So thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Lolita. Actually, I'm exaggerating a bit. So there is, out of all the 100-something targets, not goals, but targets, there is one, I think it was 11.4. Yes, right, on culture. But that's besides our discussion. I really liked what you, Lolita, emphasized, and what was also emphasized in my discussion is that SDGs, discussing SDGs can feel so overwhelming. So there's everything from poverty to the global warming, to the equal society, to the everything. So
zero poverty.
Yeah, so it's quite hard to grasp and to communicate and to act on. So I think what was really important was mentioned is that it's really useful to translate and to break down goals into really practical areas. So when we were talking, so what are we doing about poverty? So well, we are thinking that we don't have poverty in our societies, which probably is not quite correct. So
and also when you see the European museums, for example, a homeless museum that gets homeless people involved, even, you know, curating the exhibitions. Or in Amsterdam, they have this museum where the tour guides and museum workers are refugees who tell about this district that is not maybe so fancy and, you know, where not that many tourists go to. But they are given this voice and, you know, expertise. And we think, oh, we can't do it. It's so like Western Europe, you know, getting everyone involved, how we can do it. But people are doing many other things in this region. So, that is encouraging.
And that would help communication and visibility as well. Otherwise, it could feel that, you know, it's beaten to death. It says GSDG. It might feel to some like we are talking about, well, what have been doing to reach our communism.
But
like
also here, when we're sitting, exactly, but also we're sitting in National Library, what they're doing for the people who are hard of seeing, that is not only blind people, that's all people who have difficulty to read the text, for all kinds of reasons. So that you as a person, if you have time and if you have a device to record it, you can read a book, you can actually participate in that library work, you know. So that is wonderful. And people are researching also because the library sources are available during pandemic for everyone. People are researching their family stories, their you know, basically each one was the researcher in a way, you know, and discovered all kinds of interesting things about their grandparents, let me say that. But that is also something, these resources that are made available, and it makes the society, I don't know, the richer, we preserve heritage and we appreciate that more. So yeah, that's valuable.
So it has to be practical. So
yes, I think so.
You might not even sometimes mention maybe SDGs if it feels too much.
Oh,
but if
I learned
fits,
that SDGs thing, but I swore that I will never use that. I will use the long version, but that
okay,
happened.
Thank you. Kristīne, what's your takeaway from your session and conference in general?
First of all, I wanted to say that I'm very impressed and very inspired from this conference, and I wanted to say thank you for all the speakers, great experts, for their speeches, presentations, ideas, and positions we have heard during those 2 days. And actually, I have a lot of conclusions from this conference, but I will share 2 of them, which is much more in line with my beliefs. And first of all, I think it is very important to call on and integrate sustainability perspective into strategical and policy planning initiatives. And it should be done in all levels. And secondly, also something similar like Amara said, but still, yes, professionals in the field, those who are practitioners, they really need different guidelines, tools, frameworks, or I can say in one word, different instruments, which they can use to further development. And they can use these tools, these instruments, to measure, evaluate, and communicate their work with SDGs. And actually, both of my conclusions comes into one. In order to achieve results, we must have very concrete, very clear goal to be achieved, and there must be ability to measure the progress in very concrete way. And Latvians have expression aiziet tur nezinu kur, atnes to nezinu ko. Some kind of translations could be go somewhere I do not know where, bring something I do not know what. If you do not know where to go and what to bring, there can't be any progress.
Thank you. Yeah. Again, one more confirmation that we have to be practical. It was emphasized many times that we, librarians, museum people, and I also tend to think we Baltic people, we tend to be very practical and pragmatic, and I really, really find interesting that we rather work on a really practical way than just talk for days that we should do something. So thank you again for confirming this. Raivis, finally, what's your takeaway?
Where to start? When we started, actually, Inga suggested us to think of one question that help us to localize the SDGs within our sector. And one thing that immediately came to my mind is I think it's number 16, strong institutions, because museums and libraries are foremost institutions, and you can't do a good job without having a good governance. Following discussions and whatever we had over these 2 days, I think one good thing is that we could learn from each other is that when we're trying to place the leadership, to find the leadership within our institutions, I think Huntus was mentioning the whole hierarchy. It's employees, it's director, and it's ministry. But one crucial link is missing here. And I think Miriam could elaborate on that. She's sitting on 2 boards. She's sitting on 2 museum boards, aren't she? And that is thanks to the government's reform in museums that took place and is effectively implemented. So if we would sit in a surrounding of Danish and Swedish and Norwegian colleagues, they would know that museums were first founded as foundations by NGOs, and then they grew, of course, into city museums and national institutions. But most of them predominantly would have another link that is missing in our institutions, and that is boards. Okay, you can't possibly fight alone in this field. You need a back. You need somebody's holding your back, and I think the stronger our institutions would be, with more diversified players in the field who support us, and elected boards would be in place. So sorry, and pardon me for speaking like a technocrat here, but I believe in structure being in place. Which would help us then strategically do the planning, and then learning from each other again. I think there are some things that the Latvian museums and libraries are doing better. For example, bringing all the national collections under one roof and doing the digitization very centralized way, and that's something that could be learned from us. Again, other countries could learn that from us. So I think this whole been a great exercise in learning from each other, and I believe that's the way forward.
I actually have an additional question for you, Raivis. Now that you mentioned the boards, I realized, and I cannot really explain right now the connection between my train of thought, but what I realized, what we didn't discuss in my panel, was the connection between, we discussed different stakeholders, NGOs, institutions, governments, but we didn't talk about society, we didn't talk about people. Maybe you, in your panels, discussed this. So how much do you think, whether we can take a conclusion that the move forward should be also society driven? Because my fear is, and I maybe might be exaggerating, but witnessing all the COVID situation, that we are more or less pressing people, though, so getting the jab is good for you, so do it. So don't you feel that maybe you discussed in your session that maybe also to some people it might feel like something top down, so SDGs are good for you, we know better than you, so we should do altogether something towards SDGs, but are we listening to people, what actually they need, how do they feel about SDGs, and how libraries and museums can respond to that?
That's the trick, that in case of culture institutions, and by the way, educational institutions, take for example the amendments to the law on higher education in Latvia, which takes its action from now on, that there will be the execution board is the strategical planning is with the board, and then the content planning is with that academics. That is happening in Latvia, while not in the culture sector. That's an example. I don't think it's top down; it's other way around, because the boards are elected. Okay, so that's the people who get elected to those boards.
All right. Thanks, Raivis. Thanks to every single moderator, including me, of course, about the work. But to conclude the conference, I would like to give the words to the brain, heart, and soul behind this wonderful event, which is Inga Surgunte, for some final words.
Hello, dear moderators. It's such a moving moment to sit next to you and to sit together with you. It was really quite difficult for me to stay still while you were talking, and you're my stars. Thank you. And I think you've done a wonderful job over these 2 days. I'm just here to share some practical information and to introduce the ways how we're going to disseminate, so to say, the results of the conference and the outputs of the conference. So, first of all, I have to say that the recording of the conference will be available on the YouTube channel of the Latvian National Library. Then we have also 6 brave professionals from museums and libraries of the 3 countries who will write position papers on the conference of everything they have seen. So we're not expecting really reports, but real strong point of view, and those would be published on the association pages of the 3 association pages. No, 6. Sorry, math. Then, as Uldis already mentioned, we are working on a final document. We will call it Messages from the Conference with general conclusions. And that will be also published on the pages of the UNESCO Latvian Commission, National Library of Latvia, and all the involved museum and librarians associations. And of course, we hope that it will not be the end. Those would not be the final results of the conference. We hope that you, the speakers and workshop facilitators and participants, you've gained new ideas and new connections, and that all of these could lead to potentially new partnerships and new projects. And at the very end, on behalf of the organizers, I would like to really thank our partners. We were not alone. Our great support came from UNESCO, Council of the Baltic Sea States, think tank Creative Museum, the Nordic Council of Ministers Office in Latvia, IT company Garner's Data, which provided us with the 3D solutions for the workshops, and once again, of course, the Estonian, Lithuanian Museum and Librarians Associations. Without you, we wouldn't have been able to organize this event. So thank you once again, everyone. Thanks the team behind the screen. Nobody sees you, but we have 6, 7 wonderful colleagues from the library behind the screens. So thank you everyone who participated and who made this conference possible. And hopefully we see each other in new connections and new initiatives. Ask your library, ask your museum.